Hello, everybody. Almost welcome in. It is currently 4:38 p.m. and we're gonna get ready to. We're gonna about to start a nice, chill chat and show. Saturday. I say chat and show. I mean, we're gonna play games like immediately, but yeah. Hello. The first stream of 2024 and what have you. I actually technically we streamed on New Year's Day, but we didn't start the stream on New Year's Day. We ended it on New Year's Day. So, yesterday was supposed to be the first 2024 stream. Didn't happen. And I'll explain why once we start the stream. So, we got the schedule. The announcements are ready. All I gotta do is hit send. So let me go ahead and just hit start stream because I'm ready to start stream and go from there. And maybe, just maybe, we'll play the game I've been addicted to for the past week. Like, oh my god. Oh my god, it's bad. It's really bad. So, yeah. See you soon. I'm upset. I'm very upset. I'm very upset. I'm very tired. 30 minutes. 30. Wow. I was talking about so many things. I'm very upset. Okay, what did I talk about? Oh my god, I want to fucking punch myself. I'm so upset. Okay, you know what? From now on, I need to turn on my model before I start stream. Or I need to do it afterwards. I was talking for the past 30 minutes, muted. And I didn't know this because normally if I look, okay, let me show. I look at my model, right? When I um when I'm talking to you guys. So I can make sure I'm looking straight. Usually, if I've muted myself, it's because I've muted my microphone and forgot to unmute it. But when that happens, my model won't move. Like the mouth won't move properly. It won't react to it. Won't react to the noise because there's nothing to react to. Um, well, when I set up my model, when I turn on my model, what have you, what I do is I mute I mute my audio source in OBS, right? I am so upset because I had such a fun time talking. And you lost. No one's gonna hear that again. Wow. I mute my audio source, right? So I can turn the microphone on and do go wow, 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 and calibrate the detection, right? Without bothering you guys when the intro song is playing. I okay, I shouldn't do that from now on. I cannot. I cannot afford to do that because that's 30 minutes of time that was lost. Oh my god. Okay, what was I talking about? Basically, okay, I'm gonna restart. Welcome in everybody. Hopefully you're all doing well. Welcome, welcome. Very sorry for being late and I'm sorry for the nonsense just now. Um what happened this week? What happened this week? What and today? What I basically was talking about how like okay. Hi, welcome in everybody. Um Today we're gonna chill for a bit and then play some video games and then go from there. But I did want to talk about I'm restarting by the way. I want to talk about what happened this week and what have you. So this past week I hate doing this. Um I had been addicted to a video game. Go figure, right? That has been very fun. And as a result, I've been sleeping very, very poorly. I mean, a lot of it has to do with my own habits. You know, it's not my own fault, not the video game's fault. Um, but usually, I won't. My routine, right? I have an easier time sleeping, but it's difficult for me to sleep because it's difficult for me to have the motivation to sleep, right? Even if I'm tired, I won't sleep. So, um, normally I'd have a routine. It makes it easier, and what have you. But because of COVID and being sick like that, it ruined my routine. What little of a routine I had there. Whereas normally I'd be going to bed at 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning. This past week or two, and probably this month actually, this past week, I've been going to bed later and later and later To the point where this morning I went to bed at like 9 in the morning and woke up at 2 ish, 2:30 ish. Got up out of bed at 2:45 though. Um, but yesterday, Friday morning, Thursday night, Friday morning, I went to bed at like the noon, 11 o'clock noon, and woke up at like 4 or 5 o'clock, I think. And it was really bad. And the reason for this, again, is my own habits, but also because of the video game I've been playing. The video game in question. So, do you guys know of the wuxia, the manhwa, the Chinese manhwa, what have you? Um, um, Basically, so in Taoism, right? Taoism, what have you? There is a faith called Taoism, and for those who read or watch like Chinese dramas, specifically with the ones with the fantasy ones, you may be familiar with this. But typically, if you guys, you know how like some people say like the feng shui of the room is disturbed or whatever, it's not good. It's from that. It's from Taoism and from the Chinese the faith. Basically, in the in Taoism, there is well, first and foremost, China and other East Asian cultures typically, have followed. It's specifically of the ancient Asian, history. I think it was before Confucianism came around, or maybe um, after or alongside it. I'm not sure. But Buddhism, Confucianism, Taoism, they kind of developed in the same areas. I think Buddhism came from India though. Um, but regardless, not important. Taoism. Taoism is a line of belief, of faith, right? And to start with, okay, it's in Taoism. Where's my tissue? My nose is getting stuffy. In Taoism, right? There are these five elements. Here in the Western countries, we're familiar with the four elements: water, earth, fire, and air. But in Taoism, there's five elements: water, wood, fire, earth, and metal. I'm still kicking myself over muting myself because I already went through this and I fucking hate myself. Anyways, each element has an effect on the others for the most part. So water, as we know, it's one of the typical ones. So water, the way it works is there is a circle diagram there's two diagrams, one within the other, a circle and a star. The circle is what begets the other, what feeds into the other, and supports and fuels the other element, right? So starting with water. So there's water, there's fire, there's earth, right? The typical elements. But then there's wood and there's metal. Wood, the element of wood is plant life, basically. Plants, trees, what have you. But they call it wood. I don't know why. It's just the word they chose to go with. And encompasses basically all plant life and wood stuff. I think it's because you can make things out of wood and can't really make things out of plants too much. You can make like potions, what have you, like herbs and whatnot. But you cannot really make anything out of wood necessarily. I mean plants, like leaves. Aside from alchemical stuff, which we'll get to in a minute. But so wood is that, and then metal I'll get to in a minute. So the way it works is water begets wood, right? Wood begets fire, fire begets earth, and earth begets metal. And metal begets earth, but I don't know the reason why. Water supports and feeds into earth, into wood rather, because it feeds the plants, it feeds the trees, it nourishes them. It's a source of nourishment, which makes sense, right? Wood begets fire because fire burns, right? It burns things. It consumes. The way fire works is it has to have a source of fuel. Typically, that source of fuel is in two forms: the oxygen in the air, the ambient oxygen, and the object it's burning. And so, wood is great kindling for fire, right? It feeds into the fire. Fire begets earth. This is a little less. It was confusing at first, but it makes sense. When things burn, we here in California know this really well, unfortunately, because it's always we're always on fire. But fire, the reason why fire begets earth, why it feeds earth and supports it, is because when fire burns things, depending on what it burns, it becomes ash, right? Depending on the type of ash, I mean, I think most ash is fine. There might be a few that aren't as good, but it's fertilizer, right? It feeds, it's a source of nourishment for future plant life. It's what happens here in California. It's the reason why we always get like bushfires and all the time. It's because a lot of the plants here actually intentionally let themselves be on fire. They want to catch fire and burn. Well, I say want. Because of two reasons. One, the seeds. There's some plants that do not open their seed depositors, right? The things that blow seeds into the wind, unless they're on fire, unless a certain heat temperature is achieved. And so when that happens, they open up, the seeds disperse, and the heat, the temperature causes the seeds to fly up in the air because, well, obviously, heat rises, right? So the plant, the leaves, the seeds, they fly with the heat up in the air and disperse. Furthermore, the ash, the burned plants after that, provide nourishment to the land, a source of new life, right? From the ashes, things are born, things like that. And there's a reason why people say that. It's not just a folklore thing with phoenixes. There's a reason behind it. So, for however way it goes about, whether it's just the ash itself, or if it mixes with water, mixes with feces, and mixes with, like, it gets eaten by worms and turned into more processed dirt, whatever the reason, ash supports, the ash is earth. It is earth. That's what the ash is, right? So, fire begets earth, creates the earth because of that, because it burns the plant life and produces ash, future dirt. Earth begets metal. This one may seem odd at first, but it's ore, minerals, right? What have you, like iron and copper, what have you. Earth supports metal and begets metal because the metal in question is inside of the earth, is where it's developed, and formed. So it makes sense, right? I mean, that's where you find it. So therefore, it supports metal and provides the potential to be created into something. Whether sometimes so basically it's in the form of whether it's just refined metal as like a sword or whatever, or tool, or it's just ore, So earth begets metal. Metal then begets water. I don't know why. I really don't. I don't know what's going on there, but it does. And that's the general gist of how the circle works, right? So water feeds into wood, which feeds into fire, which feeds into earth, which feeds into metal, and then into water. The second diagram, the star diagram, is focused on what counteracts what. So we have support and counter support, right? The opposite. Starting with water again, we have water, which counteracts fire. It extinguishes fire. Very straightforward. Very simple. Makes sense. Following this, we have wood. Wood counteracts earth. This is roughly the spot where I realized that the fucking stream was muted. Um, but so wood counters earth, right? The reason for this is because the roots of trees dig deep, very deep, deep into the earth and consumes the nutrients within, right? All plant life does this. Trees, grass, flowers, everything does this. Save for the ones that are in the water, like lilies, right? They don't consume the nutrients from the earth and instead consume it from the water. So it's its own thing, but not important. Earth consumes, wood consumes earth basically, and it's broken up by wood because I say because there's a reason why cracks form in the street, in the sidewalks, and what have you. It's because of plants. Erosion is one thing, obviously. Another reason is depending on where you are, there could be, or the plates could be shifting, like in Los Angeles or something like that. But plants are the ones who are destroying the concrete. The roots are very, very strong, and they will dig into stone and break stone apart. So therefore, wood counters stone and earth, right? Moving on from that, fire counters metal. Now, the reason for this is because obviously when you make metal, you make steel, like a steel blade or tool, or iron, whatever. You have to cook the earth. You have to cook the minerals, the metal coming from the earth to make it into a suitable object that you want. Well, fire counters metal because of that reason, right? The idea is like if you're fighting someone with, they have a sword, you have fire, just melt the sword and you win. Kind of situation, It melts it. So it makes sense. All this makes sense. It's very straightforward. So there's that, and then what have you. This is where I kind of left off. I actually skipped something just now. If I did not say it in the needed recording, so I'll do it real quick. Backpedaling towards why wood counteracts earth. So, as I mentioned before, wood can break rock like entirely, and what have you, and like saps, it goes to the earth. What it also does is it supports the earth in a way. It's a weird situation. Well, to be fair, just as fire can support metal just as much as it counteracts it in that it melts it. But to be fair, you need to burn the metal. You need to melt the metal anyways to make it useful. So it counters it, but is not bad for the metal. We need it, right? It's the same thing with the plants, with the wood. The wood element, just as it breaks through the earth and constricts it and what have you, it supports it. It keeps it intact. So here in America, in the United States, in the center of America, there's like a large open grasslands, right? When we first arrived, during the whole process, the development of the nation, we had cut down a lot of forests in the center plains, right? There was a lot of plains to begin with, a lot of grasslands, open grasslands, but there's a lot of forest as well. And a lot of it got cut down to make way for farmland. It's the perfect environment. A huge area, like the size of England, like half the size of Ireland, of nothing but flat land. I mean, there's some hills, mostly flat. It was nowhere near as rugged as some of the other places, and there weren't nearly as many trees as there in the 13 colony area. So a lot of people came to the center of the United States and developed farmland. This was a very bad idea. For those who know American history, United States history, you know what I'm getting at. You know what I'm talking about. Basically, because what happened was we Americans, we had cut down a lot of trees, dug up a lot of grass, what have you, and tilled the earth. Do you know what happens when you till the earth? You make way for plants, what have you, for farming. You dig it up. And what it does is it softens the dirt. It's no longer as compacted as it was before. Because the roots, right? Roots of a tree, they kind of like if you've ever like taken a potted plant and try to transfer it to a different pot or even to a garden, you'll notice a lot of the dirt sticks to the roots. The roots grab the dirt and they don't let go. You have to like manually like, dust it off and carefully without damaging the roots too much. Dust it off and then crumble the dirt because that's what the plants do, right? They hold it very closely. So with all of the trees and especially the grass removed and the land tilled, it caused some severe problems. Welcome in, Shafi. How's it going? I kind of wish you were here earlier because I'm doing it again. I'm talking now. I talked about a topic for half an hour while my stream is muted, and I was so upset when I found out. Oh, my throat hurts. But I'm talking about it now. I'm actually at the point where I realized I was muted, so I restarted the conversation, the topic. It sounded better when I did it the first time because I was relaxed. I wasn't anxious and upset. And now that my anxiety has come back from me realizing I was muted, it's making me struggle again. So fun. It sucks. I was so upset. I hate that. I hate losing knowledge. I hate losing the recordings. It's terrifying for me. Like I'm terrified of someone coming in and like robbing our house and one taking my computer, but two taking my hard drives. You know, with all of my streams on it. I'm terrified of that. And I don't have a way to remedy that because they can just take it, you know? It's a nightmare of mine I don't want to ever experience. Anyways, I'm talking about Taoism, Sheppy, of like the Chinese, like ancient Chinese, one of the ancient Chinese faiths, you know, in cultures. You know, something that's existed alongside, I think, Buddhism and Confucianism. I think Confucianism is actually a mixture of Buddhism and Taoism. But basically, those, you know, whenever someone talks about like the five elements of water, wood, fire, earth, and metal, or the feng shui of a room being poor or ominous, it comes from Taoism. And I'm mentioning this because a video game I've been playing is basically that. So I'm talking about the elements. Where was I? Yeah, wood counters earth. Right. So as I was saying, because plant life holds on to dirt, when we removed it here in the center of the United States, it caused havoc. It was a catastrophe. In the plains, right? It's just open plains. No mountains to constrict the wind. It blows free. And you know, there's tornadoes, what have you, and what yada yada. But also like temperature differences would make wind faster, slower, what have you. Before we arrived, it was no problem at all. Because, however, of the constant tilling of the land for farmland and the removal of the plants, the trees and grass whose roots contain the earth, right? One year, during a period of time, during the summer especially, when the tilled dirt was getting drier, it caused severe dust storms. That's not good. A lot of the farming techniques they had brought over from Europe, right? The usual. They had no understanding of like what would happen if you tilled earth in a large area, in a very windy area, in a very dry area, right? There was never a problem with that in Europe because in Europe there's a lot of uneven terrain. Yeah, there's a lot of like grasslands in many areas, but there was nowhere near as large of an area of grasslands, that I'm aware of, anyways, in Europe, at least in like England, what have you, like there was in the United States. Like this area was like oh, actually, if anything, I want to say the area of open plains may have been larger, almost as large as the United Kingdom, maybe a little bit smaller. You know, all the way from the southern tips of Texas to the northern, to the border of Canada, basically. But most of the farming was done in the northern Texas and that the states above it, in the center area. We call it, because of what happened, because of the dust storms, we call it the Dust Bowl, right? It's an area, a circular area where the dust storms happened. So it's really bad. It was really, really bad. It made it difficult to breathe. It blotted out the sun, so plants couldn't grow. And not only that, but it like probably like probably what's the word when you like when you when you cover something? Not muffle. Um, what's the thing when you take a pillow and you suffocate, right? Suffocate. Don't ask me why I was thinking of that. So it would cause like the people and the farm stock, the farmland. I mean the livestock rather, and also the plants probably caused it all to suffocate. Right? It was really bad. Um, and we didn't know, how why that would happen. We didn't even think it was gonna happen because oh, it's giant farmland, the size of the entirety of Great Britain. Oh my God, this is like a godsend, right? Let's make farmland out of it. You know, unaware that doing so without proper care is really bad. So that happened. And so that's why plant life is very important to Earth. Keeps it together, contains it, but also counteracts it and breaks through it, right? So whereas water extinguishes fire, wood breaks earth, right? Then we have fire. So we're going in order in clockwise motion from water until metal. Let me show you what I'm talking about. So basically what's happening here is so water water feeds into earth, into wood rather, feeds into fire, feeds into earth, feeds into metal, feeds into wood, right? We've talked about this already. Water counteracts fire because it extinguishes it, wood counteracts earth because it breaks it, and fire counteracts metal, right? Fire is necessary to create iron and steel weapons and tools, right? It makes sense. Well, for that very reason, it counteracts metal, right? The fire will melt the metal. If you're fighting, I said it already, but if you're fighting somebody who has a sword and you have a fire element as your abilities, just melt the sword. Voila, you win, right? That's very straightforward, very, very straightforward. So, just as fire is necessary to make metal, make refined metal by melting the earth, despite it feeding it, wood and fire mix together to make earth, and water and wood, mix together. Not mix together. It's there's things here where water supports fire indirectly, but also directly counteracts it. Wood indirectly supports earth, or through fire, but also counteracts it. Fire indirectly supports metal through earth, but also directly counteracts it. And then we have earth, right? Earth counteracts water. Earth counteracts water because it fills the water. It absorbs the water, right? Completely. It consumes it. it seeps into there and it cannot form a lake, for instance, or an ocean. And so the earth element, if you want to, like, for instance, fill a ditch or like fill a lake, what have you, what do? You fill it with dirt. You fill it to the brim with earth. Enough earth to where when it rains, it won't just get washed away. Instead, the rain will flow over it or into it and get soaked like the rest of the earth around it, right? So earth fills water and causes it to dissipate. Not disappear. It's still there, but the point is, earth counteracts water. How earth supports water indirectly through metal, I'm not certain, but we can find out. So let me double check so I don't like dox myself. Oh, okay. The elemental cycle. Let me. I was gonna leave myself like big, but let me just make myself small. The elemental cycle of Taoism. Whoops. Okay. I need to relax. Okay. So the elemental cycle. Rain causes plants to grow, right? Rain, water, wood, plants, wood. These plants and trees are scorched in summer and feed the flames when fire comes, right? From that fire, the plants turn to ash, which then becomes earth. As I mentioned earlier, within the earth are formed metal ores, right? Wood, earth begets metals. And metals, when cold, cause water to condense, forming the rain that begins the creative cycle all over again. That I wasn't aware of. So metal cools down water, makes it colder. And so it starts over. Therefore, earth supports water indirectly through metal because the source of the metal is the earth, right? Even though earth absorbs the water and counteracts it, the corresponding metals would cool it down. So each element nourishes another element and controls a different element, but in turn is controlled by a different element. Controls being overcoming and counteracting it. So not just, it doesn't just counteract, it overcomes and controls. There's a difference between controlling and countering. So what they control, water controls fire, right? Contains it. Wood controls earth. It contains it. Fire controls metal. It contains it and controls it. And earth controls water. Contains it and controls it. And stuff like that, right? It makes sense. Here we find a universal method of checks and balances. Water promotes the existence of wood, which promotes fire, which burns things to the earth. And in the earth we find metals, which through condensation promote the formation of water. However, water douses or controls fire, which melts or controls a metal, which cuts or controls wood. That's the one thing I didn't get to yet. I was going to. So when you are cutting wheat or cutting down a tree, what do you use? An axe or a scythe, right? What are the things made of? They're either made with stone, if you're doing rudimentary, if you don't have the metals or the technique to make the metals into refined metals, though, so earth, it's still stone, it's still the metal, or steel, iron or steel tools is what you use to cut down trees. So metal cuts wood. And that's the gist of the entirety, right? So water, wood, fire, earth, metal, what they support, and into wood. And then water, fire, metal, wood, earth, and then back to water. It's really interesting. So water douses or controls fire. which melts or controls metal, which cuts or controls wood, which plows or controls earth. Yeah, wood plows or controls the earth, as I was mentioning earlier. And earth soaks up or controls water. Harmony requires checks and balances. If any one element becomes too strong or too weak, imbalance occurs. Illness sets in and harmony is lost. If there's not enough earth to absorb water, floods will happen. If there's not enough metal to cut wood, overabundance of plants, like the too many trees, will cover the lands and consume and all it can. Few plants can grow beneath the canopy of a large tree, right? Some can. For instance, coffee. Apparently, coffee actually survives best in darker environments. It doesn't want to be completely dark. It needs to have some sunlight. But coffee, like wild coffee bushes, need it to be darker and colder, like moister. Moist, cold environments. Not so cold where it's like it can't survive, but like wild coffee beneath dark and cold environments. Making sure there's no doxing. Okay. Wild coffee grows well as a specimen plant, hedge, or wild coffee grows well as a specimen plant, hedge, or espalier in zones 9 to 11. I don't know what it means. Regardless of whether or how you tend to use your wild coffee, it needs well-drained soil to thrive. These plants do well when grown in partial to full shade. Leaves become yellowed and the plant will stay small if grown in an area with full sun. Wild coffee is moderately salt and drought tolerant and responds well to pruning. It's very cold tender when grown north of zone 9 and will need protection during frost or freeze. So it doesn't want to be too cold, but it cannot be too bright. It needs shade, right? So there's actually a number of how many plants can grow in the shade? So there's a number of things. There is a number of things that do thrive in the shade of a tree. The problem is not a lot of plants are like that. And if there's too many plants, the other plants around them will suffer. So overfeeding, right? The plants, they need nourishment from the earth. Too many plants is too much competition, and they'll all starve to death. Relatively speaking. Furthermore, it's just too much. It's just too much for the environment. So you need to prune it. You need to keep the wood to a certain degree. Too little wood, and you won't have any to feed for the earth, right? To keep it together, like the issue with the Dust Bowl, right? Too much, and it'll strangle all the other plants in its area, including other trees. So there's a reason why in many forests, thriving forests, trees are spaced the way they are. Like usually, you won't see like trees like up like touching each other, and there's usually a good like 10 to 15 feet, like a good like couple yards of distance between each tree, depending on yards. I meant meters, a couple meters, right, between each tree. It's because this is the ideal distance for this specific type of tree. Some trees thrive closer together and others thrive further apart. So when they get too close together, or there are plants too close to it, large plants, they'll either constrict it by taking its nourishment from the water, or in the case of really large trees with large canopies, prevent other trees from developing beneath them, right? Because plants, most of them anyways, uh, most of them, save for coffee, they need plenty of sunlight to grow, to thrive, to be able to grow to their highest, their potential. So you need to have a balance. So metal cuts wood, cuts it down, keeps it balanced, not too much, not too little. Wood keeps the earth contained so there's no dust storms and what have you. It tills it, certainly, but it constricts it and controls it, right? So metal feeds in wood and earth. Wood or earth controls water. Not enough earth and you have floods, right? So you need to make sure that there's enough earth to contain that and keep it going and absorb the excess water. Of course, too much earth and it'll get too dry, right? And there won't be enough, there's a reason why, basically, too much earth means not enough water, not enough rain. There's a reason why certain places have cracked earth, right? Cracked ground. It's because there's not enough water there. Either the earth is absorbing too much water, there's too much earth there to absorb, or there's not enough rain. So you need to have a balance between earth and water. Not too much, not too little. Same thing with fire. So fire, you think that it's best if fire is just gone entirely, right? Because obviously fire burns everything and is bad. We need fire for so many things. We need to cook our food, to keep us warm, to develop our tools in the forge. It's good for flash burning of fields to produce ash for nourishment. If you do it properly, we here in California fucked up in that regard because we thought burning was bad, so we stopped the Native Americans' ritual burnings. Because the Native Americans here in America, specifically in California, they would have these rituals where they would intentionally burn large swaths of trees and grasslands, right? But they would do it properly. They would know how to do it the right way without causing huge wildfires. Well, when America arrived, we said, no, that's bad. You're bad, and basically told them to stop and prevented them from being able to do that. And no fucking wonder we get wildfires, uncontrollable wildfires all the time, right? Because no one's pruning no one is pruning the plant life here in California. No one is. The Native Americans were at first. Fuck us, I guess. The consequence. G-Man, unforeseen. Simply put, we were unprepared for unforeseen consequences. Very unprepared. Because of course we were. Americans are we're not very prepared people. We're not. We just do things and just we roll with the punches. Honestly, in that regard, you could argue that at least old Americans, older generations, previous ones, the initial Americans, the independence ones, we were really good with rolling with the punches, fisticuffs, and what have you. And it's why we're hardy. We're pretty hardy. Nowadays, not so sure. I want to say a lot of Americans are hardy, maybe a little too much. Again, there's a lack of balance here. A lot of people are extremes. They're either too soft or too hard. And it's not good. It's not good. So water contains fire, right? It ensures it does not get out of control. If something's on fire that you don't want on fire or cannot be on fire, or a person or what have you, douse it with fire, with water. There we go, solved. But too much water and it'll extinguish your fire, your campfires, right? It won't let you get warm. If you're camping, you need fire or some heat source, right? If you are camping and you have a campfire, if it rains, it'll extinguish the fire. You will freeze, probably to death, probably, but you'll get sick because you'll be wet, cold, and unable to get proper food. You won't be able to cook your food anymore to get the nutrients you need without getting sick anyways. Cook your food. Otherwise, you can get parasites or, food poisoning, yada yada. So you need it cooked. Can't do that if it's raining. So, and of course, you're wet. and you're cold. And so you're going to starve to death, you're going to get sick, hypothermia, and just be generally uncomfortable and just not happy at all. So, not too much water. Otherwise, bad things happen. So, we know that too much wood is bad, but it's necessary. So, we cut the wood with metal. Too much earth can be, not enough wood, not enough plants in the earth can cause it to become a problem, death storm style. Um, so metal, I went earth to water, absorbs the water. Metal cuts down wood. Water contains fire. Wood contains earth. Fire. How does fire contain metal? I suppose if metal cools down water, makes it colder, fire makes it warm. So that's what it would do, probably. It would warm things up. I do wonder that how it actually. How does it control metal? Hmm. I don't know. The point is, this is really interesting. And I was learning all this because I was playing a game that encompassed Taoism, right? It utilized Taoism to a great degree. And the game in question is called Tale of Immortal. I need to use the restroom soon. We gotta make these quick. So, okay, hold on. Tale of Immortal is an open world sandbox based on Chinese mythology and cultivation. You will grow to become immortal, conquer the beasts from the classic of Mountains and Seasons, make your choices carefully, and grasp your own destiny. So basically, this game it doesn't take place in China, but it's based off of the old, Chinese mythology of Taoism and various other aspects, right? Other stories, what have you. And what's interesting is so the way it works is you are a cultivator, right? You are going through the motions to become immortal. Ideally, the road is long, very very long. There are 12 realms we have to get through. They're levels. Realms are levels, right? It's the different aspects, the different levels of immortality, basically. So each level, each realm grants you more lifespan and also more power. You become sturdier, you can do more damage, you are more in tune with different elements, whether it's fire, water, earth, different like martial roots is what they call them, the martial elements, which includes the five elements and uh, martial arts. So finger style, palm style, fist style, um, swordsmanship, spearmanship, blademanship, which is separate from swordsmanship because blades could be anything, daggers, glaives, what have you. So sword, spears, blades, palms, fists, and fingers. Right? Those are the six. The six. No, no, no. Water, earth, water, wood, earth, water, wood, fire, earth, metal. There's a fifth one, or sixth one. I don't remember what it was. Basically, the elemental roots are literally elemental, like earth and water, or the martial roots, right? The martial roots, right? Whether you use swords or your fists. So it's the thing is air isn't part of the elements is the problem. So law of immortal roots. I don't remember. I'd have to go in game. But basically, um, actually, I know how to fix this. I know how to look it up. Oh my gosh. So what I've been doing is I've been trying to put down information regarding the games I've been playing. Sometimes. So, Tale of Immortal in documents. Where is it? T. There it is. Character sheet. Jeling Jiemu is my character's name. It basically is the translation of Svela Persera. Jeling is the Jiling, I don't know how you pronounce it, is Persera, because surname first and then given name last, right? So if it was Western, it'd be Jiemu, Jiling would be the name. But Jiling Jiemu is roughly monster light, right? Because Svela means light, to illuminate, to reveal, right? To unveil. And Jiemu is the closest thing I can get to the same thing. Jiling, Persera means roughly, Prishera, roughly means monster or abomination or some otherworldly creature, basically. And Jiling is the closest thing I can get to the same thing. Monster or demon, you know? So, Jiling Jiemu. Well, fuck. I don't have the one I thought. That works. Lightning. Oh. No wind. You were right. Sheppy. So the way it works is there's martial arts, spiritual roots, and artmanship. But the martial roots refers to both. So martial arts, there is blade, spear, sword, fist, palm, and finger. For spiritual roots, the spiritual side, there is fire, water, earth, wood, and then lightning and wind. So even though those aren't part of the five elements, they are elements within, you know, it makes sense because the metal element is in here. It is in the martial one of blades, spears, and swords, right? Whereas fist, palm, and finger is the non-elemental aspect. It's the one without elements. So we have fire, water, earth, wood, metal, no elements, and then we have secondary elements probably affected by the other things. So lightning and wind. So wind is its own thing. Lightning is, I wonder what lightning would be. Regardless, they are elements that exist, but they're not part of the five elements, the five important elements. You know what I mean? There's also artmanship right here, artisanship. Basically, alchemy, forging, making talismans, herbology, mining, and feng shui. So it's really interesting. It's actually really, really neat to fun. I had a blast playing this game. So basically, my point is I've been having fun. I've been having fun learning about this. It's really, really cool. I'm not going to become like a Taoist, but it's fun. But this game, the reason why I was introduced to this game is because I was playing a different game that is similar, right? And I'll tell you what that game is when I come back. I have to use the restroom. So let me take a break, walk around, get some more water, use the restroom, and when I return, we'll continue. Okay? And this time I'll make sure not to keep myself muted. I'll make sure to unmute myself properly this time. When... Oh, I saw Pataru there. I'm gonna take Pataru away. Well, she'll come back later. Goodbye. Okay. Talk to you later. Hello. I'm back. Okay, I got myself some food while I was up because I was hungry. It's burrito. Half of a burrito, technically. Leftovers. There's another half in the fridge, but I figured I'd eat the other half later. Um, I didn't get more water, but I figured I'd be fine. I also have my shake to finish too, so let me finish that real quick. Anyways, the point I was making before is the whole point of all of this topic, right? I've been having fun playing this game. Even though the all reviews is mixed, I actually I recommend this game highly. This game is a sandbox game, and it is very like randomly generated in many aspects. The art was very pretty. The music is nice. And what was weird is while I was playing this, I don't know I don't know the exact reason. I have an idea. Um, but for some reason, while I was playing this, time went by slowly. Like, you know how like normally when like you're having fun, time goes by quickly? It was so weird. I was like doing so much. I was like, okay, oh my god, it's like probably like 6 in the morning, and it was like only like 1 in the morning. I'm like, how is time going by so slowly? How am I getting so much done? And I think it's because I'm learning about new things. I'm focused on it, right? And my brain is like waking up. Because if you're tired and what have you, your brain won't function as well, and you won't be able to process things nearly as quickly, right? Alternatively, if your brain is stimulated and what have you, time might go by slowly, and you'll be able to process more things. I don't know how accurate this information is, this idea. It just comes to mind. But I have played 36 hours in the past 2 weeks. When did I buy this? When is my first achievement? How about this? Svela played Tale of Immortal for the first time. It must have been New Year's. I think it was like a January 2nd. Tuesday. It was like Tuesday or Wednesday. Maybe Monday, actually. In the past week, I spent 36 hours in this game. It's fun. It's interesting. One, you learn about new things, learn a different culture, a different faith, a religion, Taoism, and two, it's generated in a way where there's a main quest line, sure. There are so many side quests that could pop up at random from random people. You don't even realize it's not a main quest. It feels like there's substance to this, at least early on. I don't know about the future, the future realms. I don't know what happens when I get like higher level. Um, but like as an example, okay, Ergetlam, Ergetlam, where this person is, states, I started as a demonic path character. Nobody really liked my character. Righteous path NPCs would talk to me in town or the wild and tell me I'm dumb for being kinda evil, and relationship would go down. Sometimes they just randomly talk to you and they hate you. It happens to me too. Although not for the same reasons. Usually it's because they want to show off to me and like our sect is really good. I'm like, I don't know about that, and they get pissed off at me. It's because like, I just be like, yeah, your thing isn't all that great. Whatever, it's not a big deal, and they get pissy at me. But my character is very well liked. People like my character a lot. Anyways, moving on. I made her pretty. I wanted to be pretty. Um, Finally, meet a girl who is demonic path like me. Who knew? We become friendly. We train together. We trade items. I follow her on my map so I can help her if she's in trouble. Years go by, gaining strength, doing dungeons, getting loot, training techniques. She's stronger than me. She gives me items for my cultivation, talks me up to people, and we eventually become sworn sisters. NPCs who follow the righteous path tell me to stop talking to her, that I shouldn't be friends with her. I tell them all. I tell them to buzz off. She's my most trusted ally. Get stronger, join a sect. A higher up in the sect tells me I should become his disciple. I do. Years go by. I get stronger, and still very close to my sworn's elder sister. One day I get a message. Hu Henyu was heavily injured in a battle with Loser A, but narrowly escapes him. Oh, fuck no. I search the map for Loser A. How dare he attack my only true ally? He's hard to find. But on the day of the great auction, I find him in town and beat him within an inch of his life. Loser offers me every item he has to spare him. I take the option that says, keep your items, Loser, and humiliate him in front of the entire town. Relationship with Master goes down a lot. Turns out, Loser is my Master's son. Oh shit. Oh no. You have to be careful because NPCs have relationships with each other. Years go by. They clash multiple times, injuring each other. So, the Master's son and the character's, his friend, or her friend, her sister. I have to slow down. Where am I? I lost my spot. Years go by. They clash multiple times, injuring each other. Finally, my sworn elder sister wins and kills Loser A. Finally, it's over. I was wrong. 3 months later, Hu Henyu barely escapes from an attack from my master. I'm worried she may die when my master seeks revenge. I find her in a town and give her some items to help her advance her cultivation. I meet her father while I'm there. It was nice to make more friends. 2 months go by. I meet her again and check her relationship board. Father deceased by my master's hand. I am furious. I just met him and he's already done. I let this go on too long. I've grown. It's been many years of my master chasing my elder sister and beating her close to death. My spear techniques now surpass my entire sect. It's time to end this. I chase my master down and we fight to the death in a grassy field. He begs for his life. I ignore him and end it. My sworn elder sister is safe. Revenge for her and her father taken. Continue the game. None of that was part of the game's story or missions or anything. Every NPC has their own thing going on, and you sometimes get wrapped up in this crazy shit that sounds like it was part of the planned game, but it's not. It's not my only weird game NPC story either. Love it for its NPC with system relationships, only with which English translation was slightly better. So this is insane. Like they have it developed in a way where the NPCs are randomized. Every NPC, save for maybe a couple probably, are completely randomized. Name, gender, appearance, their relationships with each other, if they have any, how type of cultivator they are, like whether demon or dragon blood or heaven sent or heaven chosen rather, or whether they focus on fire, spears, fists, whatever. They're completely random and dotted around the game. And it's actually it's rough sometimes, but it's really it's addicting. Play this. I highly recommend you guys play this. It's rough at times. You may struggle, especially with the grind, but if you know where to look, if you pay attention to the tooltips, and if you get lucky sometimes, you will find what you need. I got to Origin. I am at Origin, the 5th level, the 5th realm. Starting at Mortal, round 1. That's the first one, where you're still mortal, you're a cultivator, but you're still technically like the commoner. You have a lifespan of 80 years at most, right? If any cultivator who's above your realm, they're like gods to you. They'll stomp you, right? But if you develop enough, you'll become a foundation. You are now on the path to becoming immortal. It's like the difference between a regular person and a person with magic. You develop your magical abilities, and in Taoism, anyone can do it. I mean, unless their meridians are broken. But whereas in most fantasy stories, in like Western ones, you have to be born with magic, or you find a magical artifact, or infused with magic by some creature, whatever. No, in Taoism, anybody can become a god, and not in the I'm gonna beat the gods and become God thing. No, in the sense that like gods in Taoism and other gods, godism, right? Deityism in Taoism and other Eastern Asian cultures is not about a singular is not about a singular god or a group of gods, pantheon, and people trying to become God, and usurp God's role. No, no, no. Godship is just a state of being. Anybody can be a god. Anything can be a god. Like in Japan, the yokai, and like specifically like they believe there are gods and spirits in everything. The god of water, the god of toothpicks, the god of hairbrushes, right? The god of a given tree, gods. They're basically spirits, elder spirits, greater spirits that are gods. The power of the equivalency of a god, the pinnacle of ascension, to the point where they are immortal and cannot be killed. They will not die. They'll never die of old age. They could be killed maybe by other gods, certainly, but they are essentially immortal, basically. And so it's really interesting. So it's fascinating, and I like it. It's very addicting. And I reached the fifth realm, origin, right? From I went from golden core, so it goes mortal, foundation, um, something else, chi formation, I think. So mortal, foundation, third realm, fourth realm is golden core, and fifth realm is origin. I got to origin within 36 hours, within 12 in-game years, which is, I can't tell if that's fast or not, but it's actually really cool because you interact with so many different NPCs, and I've developed friends. It's become real life, not actually, but the immersion is insane, is what I'm saying. The immersion is mind-boggling. I spent 12 years in this game. I met many people. I had this one person who kept wanting to duel me over and over again. I kept losing, and he kept saying, "How you didn't show your full potential. I like you. We'll fight again." I'm like, dude, you're beating my ass. I'm not as good as you think I am, and he keeps beating me over and over again. I'm just like, fine, whatever. I don't lose anything out of it. I don't. I get a little experience from the fight. It's fun. I lose this little stamina, sure, a little tired, but that's about it. I don't lose anything. He's very chill about it. He's like, "Ha, that was a good fight, but I don't think you're using your full potential. You went easy on me. I'll fight you again." And he did that over and over and over again for like 3 years, and then just disappeared. I think he died. He just died. Just one day randomly died, and I didn't see him again. And what's interesting is at the very beginning of the game, I don't know if it's the same for everybody, but there was two people I encountered at the very beginning of the game. I just appeared out of nowhere. I don't know where I came from. But I met this person playing a Go game, with only two pieces, and he gave me artifacts, one artifact out of three. And I met these two people on the way to the cultivating world. I was like between dimensions, and there's two people fighting each other, two separate sects. One was more eviler, the other one was more good. One righteous, one evil. And I saved them both because they got this random dragon came out of nowhere right before they were about to fight. They were about to kill each other, right? And before they even started, this random dragon came swerving around and zapped them both, and they just fell to the ground. And I'm just like, well then. So I saved them both. They both gave me recommendations to their individual sects. Their sects, SECT, sect, right? Their sects. And if I wanted to, I could have joined them. I chose not to, and I actually decided to stay rogue. I'm a rogue cultivator with no organization to my name. I met one of them later on. One of them named Lan Feifei. She met with me again at some point, and we talked a little bit, and I guess she liked me, not like romantically, but she was fond of me. And so later on, I received a message from her in the mail saying, it's been a while since we've last spoken. I'd like to see you. I chose to seek her out. It's like, you know what, screw it. Let's go say hi. And we got to become friends, right? It was really interesting, right? 5 years in the game and she dies. I get no notification. All I know is that like I check my mail or I check the map because you can see friends on the map. And I check my map and she's gone. I'm like, where is she? What's going on? I go to my socials tab where friends are, friends and enemies. She's gone. I don't know what's going on. I check my mail and hover over her name in the I realized I was like, it's been a while since I've seen Lan Feifei. Let's go say hi. And I'm like, where is she? I don't, what the hell? And so I go through all my notifications and what have you, and I hover over Lan Feifei's name. I click on her in the mail, and her portrait goes from vibrant to grayed out. I'm like, what? I click on her name, or click on her mail, and hover over her name, and there's a grave in the picture. I'm like, what? Hello? Excuse me? What? Since when? I was like, oh my god, what the fuck? When did she die? And I have no idea. They don't tell you when they die. Sometimes you can get information, but like usually if they're not enough of a friend, you won't receive a notification that they died. You just won't. Usually you don't in general. It just say deceased or whatever. And I'm like, dude, what the fuck? I was so upset. I was like, no, my friend, she's gone. I don't even know how. I knew she was somewhere. I knew it was funny is she was fighting. Every month she was fighting somebody. I don't know if it's intentional or not. I think she was attacking people, but she was in constant fights for a good like 3 months. I remember before she just disappeared. Cause I remember like I think I realized she was dead. Like I think 6 months, half a year after her most recent fight, right? And so I'd be periodically meeting with her and giving her items, and sometimes she gives me items. Like we gift each other stuff. And like she needed help getting an item for her cultivation to go to the next round. Never actually got to it in time. Someone else got it her for her, which is nice, or she got it herself. But she's like, that's fine. I'm okay. I'm good now. And then she just dies. And I was distraught. I was like, dude, what the fuck? You know? I was so upset. It was interesting. And it's some random NPC. Whatever. Whoever. You know? Suda51 used this trope in this game, No More Heroes. Really? One of the jobs you can take is a temp agency who tells you to pray to very small deities. For example, if they give you a lawn mowing job, they would tell you to pray to the god of lawn mowers. Yeah, that seems about right. Tell you to pray to the god of mailman and couriers. Okay, to be fair, the god of mailmen and couriers is very substantial. Hermes is the god of couriers. That's what Hermes does. So that makes sense, you know? But like, okay, the god of lawnmowers, you could argue that the god of lawnmowers is a side gig of the god of gardening, right? The god of plants. Who knows? But or maybe they're individual gods. Very, very fine. It really depends on how my idea, the reason why something could become a god is dependent on its use. The more useful something is, the more used something is throughout the world, the more likely there will be a god of it. The god of lawnmowers makes a lot of sense. It actually does. The god of toothbrushes. Everyone uses a toothbrush. Everybody. Makes sense. The god of chairs, right? Of desk chairs and long chairs, whatever, makes a lot of sense. The god of vibrators, the god of dildos. I'm sure it exists. The kind of thing, you know. It's like, it makes sense, you know. The more often something is used, the more valuable and useful something is, the more likely there will be a god of it. So, but this game is. It's good. It's very good. But you need to modify the game files. Apparently, the reason why it's getting review bombed into the ground is because the developers, Lightning Games, whoever developed this, right, the publisher, they wanted to make it mod compatible, like be able to be modded, right? And so they adopted this modding program, right? The mod manager called Melon Loader. And unfortunately, they use an older version of it that breaks the game for non-Chinese computers. It just won't start at all. So what you have to do is this. I have here it is. This Steam discussion right there will help you. Specifically, some people say change your region to Chinese, China, or whatever. You don't have to. You don't have to. What you need to do is this right here. Specifically, this one. So exit from stream. Entirely exit Steam. Like, turn it off. You know, exit. Completely off. Go to your game folder. Steam library, Steam apps, common. This one is with hieroglyphs. It's with the runes. Find that one. That is Tale of Immortal. Rename that folder to Tale of Immortal in English, right? Then go to the folder Steam library, Steam apps, and open file app manifest 1468810 with Notepad or whatever else, right? Don't make it so it always opens with it. Only opens it for that moment. So like let's say open with, right? Choose other app, right? And make sure it does not say always use this app to open PNG. Never do this. Never. You don't ever want to do this unless you for sure you want it to be opened with that format at all times, or you'll break the file entirely. Make sure this is not checked, and open those files, right? With open this file, this ACF file with Notepad. Then change the install dir, this, right? To install dir Tale of Immortal. This is the name, the file. It's important to the program, right? So make sure this name is the same as this name. You know what I mean? You do that, and it'll work just fine. I did it. I did that, and the moment I did that, it worked. I had no issues, no struggle, nothing. So it's very simple, very straightforward. So just make sure you do this. You know, do that. And you should be fine. But it's I had to calm down my brain, my body. So I want to play it right now. I've been playing it so much. I'm considering playing with you guys and making a new game specifically for Steam for stream. And have my other playthrough separate, but it's made me feel like no joke. Like usually when I play video games, it's like, oh, it's whatever. It's just a video game. I get shivers of like emotion sometimes. There was a point where I met these two cultivators who were at the very top of the realms. Well, not very top. Like they were like one or two realms before the highest realm, right? And I happened upon them. They fought each other. I saw them fight like crazy. And one of them collapsed and the other one left, right? The one who collapsed, their soul, their immortal soul was shattered. And when this happens, you are essentially dead. Like you can still live, I guess, but the problem is you can never cultivate. You are never going past that point, and you have severely reduced stats. You're gonna suffer big time, right? You're essentially dead for all things considered, and you cannot reincarnate. You cannot repair your body, what have you. Apparently, this person whose soul was shattered, they had created a second soul in another realm, another dimension. They found a special technique where they could do that. So if their soul is shattered, they have one to fall back on, right? However, it would require someone. It requires a specific type of reconstruction elixir, a reborn elixir, that is only developed by people at the very least, in the reborn realm, which is level 9. I'm only level 5. I was level 3 when I encountered this cultivator, this master, right? He said he saw potential in me. He said, I believe you can reach level 9 in 50 years. He said he has 50 years before he dissipates, right? Before the second soul fails, because he needs the body reconstruction elixir to be able to basically reabsorb the second soul. And so he has 50 years before he dies, like say dead. He just stays dead. And so that was in year 5, I think. It took me 5 or 6 years to reach realm 3 from realm 1. And I was like, I don't think I can do this, because he said what's going to happen is he would actually no realm 2. I was level 2. I was in the foundation, very very young, very early on. He said he would grant me the residual power, his energy, his chi, right? Give it to me, and help me break through to the next realm right then and there. No string, nothing else. Just there. Even if I was like early, if I was like in the early stages of my cultivation of foundation and was not ready to go to the next realm yet, you have to get enough experience, basically. He said he would help me and give me I would break through immediately, just bam, no, regardless. And what would happen is it would link our karma, our destinies. So the plan was for me to, the idea would be, in return for this, I would get him that elixir. I'd have to reach reborn stage, level 9 from level 3 in 50 years. That's not a lot of time, you know? And if I fail, it's uncertain what will happen. Maybe nothing will happen to me, or maybe my soul will break. Who knows? But our karma is directly linked. And I was debating on this. I was like severely. I was like, oh, what do I do here? What do I do? There's a risk, you know, of something horrible happening to me if I fail. If I succeed, I have a friend and also a master. I didn't think of it at the time, but I helped him out, right? So if I don't help him, he dies, right? Because apparently, according to him, he's about to go into a coma, a slumber, while he tries to connect with that other soul. And if he does not get a body reconstruction elixir within those 50 years, to finalize the process, he will be dead, right? If I don't help him, he will die, because the only person who can awaken him from the slumber is the last person, is the first person he meets while in this state. I was the first person he met. No one else, his body will be there and nobody else can wake him up except me. Fuck. So I was torn. I was like this random stranger who I don't know anything about, I could just ignore. I could just leave. I just say whatever. No, bye. Because for a couple reasons, I was already at the maximum level needed to get to the next level. I just had to get the materials. I was like within a year. It would have taken me a year to get the materials. I was easy. It wasn't no problem at all. And I'm very stubborn. I prefer to get things myself. I prefer to level up and get powerful on my own instead of being helped, because it's more of a challenge that way and it's more fun, you know? Power creep. I love developing my own power creep, even if it takes me longer as a result. So there was that. But I felt bad about just leaving him here, you know? The idea that he would be stuck here in a body, in a coma, for 50 years, in his mind, in the spirit realm, watching his body wither away, unable to do anything until he dies. Like, he's guaranteed to die in 50 years. It would have been one thing if he had died then and there, you know, because is you're dead, just boom, over, just moving on, reincarnate. But to have to wait 50 years as your body slowly withers away, and then you die and disappear, that doesn't sit right with me. It doesn't. I don't like it. Even worse, he wanted to pass on his knowledge to somebody else. I dislike losing information. I dislike losing knowledge and experiences. Like, that's why I was pissed off when I fucking was muted for 30 minutes of my fucking stream. Ugh, it pissed me off so fucking much. And so I felt bad. I was like, if I don't help him, he waits 50 years and dies.
all the while suffering and not able to do anything. No one else can help him but me. If I decide to help him, I have 50 years to get an elixir. And if I don't, and he dies, I don't know what will happen. I could die myself, or my soul will shatter, or I'll get a severe debuff. Who knows? My meridians might break. Who knows? Or maybe nothing will happen, right? Just some stranger. Do I care? Yeah, I do. And so I accept. I accept the offer, and we talk more, and eventually he offers to become my mentor. And I'm like, yeah, let's do this. My mentor. I'm getting chills right now. My back just had chills. Like recounting this. Like, um, I'm getting sentimental. I'm getting emotional. When I get emotional, my back tickles. My back shivers when I get emotional. It's really weird. And so I accepted his mentorship. And so I am now I'm desperate to find the elixir and to get to level up. But he said his last words before he went to his eternal slumber. He was about to fall asleep, and he could never wake up after that. He was like, you know what? I don't want you to rush yourself. I don't want you to be forced to become reborn realm, right? The reborn stage. The faster you try to cultivate, the more of a rush you're in, the harder it'll become for you, the longer it'll take, right? Do what is natural to you, natural to your destiny, to you. Be true to yourself. Do what you have to do, and if you succeed, so be it. That great. I'll be revived, what have you. But I don't want my karma to restrict yours. Therefore, don't worry about me. If you fail, so be it. That was my destiny. That's destiny. That's fate. I was fated to die, and you were what have you. But if you succeed, then I'll be eternally grateful. Basically, is what he told me, And I felt really bad. I was like, 50 years to go up 6 realms. Took me like 3 years to go up 2 realms. Give it a shot. We'll give it a shot. I'm gonna give it a shot, And it was weird. It was so weird developing a relationship with a random stranger I never met. Like, the immersion is insane. I don't interact with people. I'm a loner. Even in the game, I was a loner. I was a rogue cultivator. He was a rogue cultivator, right? He never thought he was ever going to become a mentor. And he decided to be on his own, and he thought he would regret being on his own, like never joining a sect. But he told me he didn't regret it. He liked it. He went on his own pace. He was his own person. He developed himself as an own person, but never thought he would ever become a mentor. He never wanted to, right? Never have an apprentice, never part of a sect. But right then and there, he's like, you know what? Do you want to become my apprentice? And I said yes. And so that was separate from the task. I could have said no. I could have said, no, I want to go my own way. I'll still help you get help you get the elixir, but I'd rather be separate, right? And so I had a shivers of spine. I'm like, I have to do this. Yes. And so, excuse me. And so he's my mentor. And so now I am on a mission to save my mentor from oblivion, basically, to repair his immortal soul, by becoming a reborn cultivator, right? Stage 9 or 10, the stage directly beneath his. He's stage 10 or 11. I don't remember what stage he is. I think he's 10. He wants me to become stage 9, one stage beneath his, so I can acquire the elixir, because you have to become stage 9 to be able to even have the requirements. Well, you don't need the requirements. You can make any elixir you want, for the most part. Any of the cultivator breakthrough elixirs that help you break through the other side. But the materials required to make it are going to be in areas fit for level 9 people. And if I go to level 3, I could very well die and game over. So I have 50 years to become strong enough to survive in the area where I would find these materials to make the elixir. Otherwise, I can make the elixir myself, definitely, if I wanted to. It'd be difficult, definitely, but it's doable. So I'm now level 5 in Origin. In 16 or 18 years in total since I arrived in this place, level 5. I have 4 more levels to go. technically three more levels. I don't have to actually develop the fourth level, the reborn level to the maximum. I just have to reach it. I have to get there. That's all I need. So I have three more realms to go through, and I reached five in 18 years. So it's like five. Even if it was 20 years, that's one realm every 4 years, and I have like 40 years. So 16 years. If I keep up with the pace I'm at, I'll be able to get the elixir, get the reborn realm, and find the elixir in 16 years out of the 40. I have plenty of time. Plenty. Of course, that assumes everything goes well, and it'll get difficult. The grind will get harder and harder. It becomes more difficult to get to where you need to go. Makes sense. Um, and it's been fun. It's been fun. I don't know what's going on. This game is fascinating. I love role playing games. I love colony management games, and I have the idea of maybe of creating my own sect one day, perhaps. But for now, I'm a rogue cultivator. I'm on my own. I'm doing my own thing. You know, bound by no one, bound by no creed but my own, and I like it this way. Um, and it's play it, guys. Play it. You gotta play this. It's it's interesting. Give it some time. Give it a few hours. Um, if you have to, wait until it's on sale. It was on sale when I bought it, not anymore. But it's only $20 for this type of. This is huge. Just, anyways, I was introduced to this game because of a different game that was similar, right? Amazing Cultivation Simulator. Again, I was looking for more games like Redtopia, and I came across Amazing Cultivation Simulator. Said fuck it, bought it because on sale, and it's actually kind of neat. It's similar to Rimworld. It's like if Rimworld meets Chinese, Chinese Taoism, cultivation. I haven't gone very far, and I've gotten bored of it because after I found this, I accidentally found um this, and this is more fun. But I want to play the other one really badly. I want to enjoy um ACS. I feel like I will. So maybe what I'll do is I'm gonna take a moment to get more water and breathe and eat my burrito. And when I'm gonna take a break, right? Get more water. When I come back, we'll play some Amazing Cultivator Simulator. Okay? So give me a few minutes and I will return. And hopefully you enjoyed me talking. I really hope you enjoy this. I'm excited. I'm passionate. It's interesting. I the funnest part for me is learning new things. I don't like tutorials. I hate them. I hate tutorials. Just tell me what buttons do and I'll figure it out from there on. I love figuring it out. And I learned so much from Tale of Immortal. It was so much fun. I think it's the reason why I spent it felt like 6 hours went by and only two went by. Time was going by so slowly. I was astonished. Like, what the hell was going on? Am I becoming a cultivator? It was so weird. I was like, it's like 3 in the morning, and I felt like it was like 8. I'm like, holy shit! I'm getting so much done in only a few hours, in an hour of time. It was fun. So, anyways, I will be back. Thank you. I'm glad you enjoy it. Um, my throat is not though. My throat hurts really badly, so I need to give it a break and drink some water. I'm gonna get some warm water, and we'll come play some ACS. So, bye bye. BRB. burrito's cold, I think. It's still warm a little bit. I'm gonna eat my burrito. I still have shake to drink, but I want to make sure I actually eat the burrito while it's warm. Mm. 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 Okay. To play this, I'm gonna have to get rid of Chrome. So goodbye, Chrome. Now, even though I recommend Tale of Immortal, do I recommend a CS? Maybe. Maybe. I haven't played enough of it to really get a feel for it yet. So I'll have to play a little bit more. But if all goes well, yeah, I would. Now, I don't know how well it's going to run. Actually, I'm going to turn off my model because I'm worried it won't run as well. So, bye. Just in case. Just in case. Because my computer is bingus. Now, one thing to know is I have a number of mods installed, and so they're not going to run the same way as it would for you if you played it vanilla. I don't think I need this. Where's the I don't see it. I was gonna oh, I can't. Oh, this is okay. Never mind. I was gonna unsubscribe to it, so it's not here anymore. What I'll do, I'm just gonna move to the bottom. Actually, no, I'll move to the top. Any mods I don't need are gonna move to the top. Yeah. Okay. How's the volume? Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3. Bring it down a little bit, a little too loud. This music is very, honestly, East Asian music is really beautiful. I always love it. Like whether it's Japan, China, Korea, or I don't know too many other ones. It's really pretty. Okay, so. The way this game works is it is very similar to RimWorld, right? What I want to do is I want to disable all my mods so I can show you the tutorial. Most of them are fine in the tutorial, but just in case, I'm going to remove them all because the tutorial actually has some story to it. It's part of the story. So we're going to play that real quick. and then we're gonna get into the game proper and go from there. I'm hungry. Oh, excuse me, sorry. Ah. Okay. Hey, back. I have a lot of tension from when I was, talking. Okay. Okay, I have a lot of tension in my body when I was talking so much. I get passionate, and then the tension builds and builds and builds. Okay, now that the music's getting loud again, how does this sound? Not bad. Okay. Okay. So, tutorial. Tai sect, Mount Full Moon. The year is coming to an end, and the sect leader has retreated into complete isolation in order to practice and reach the Golden Core state. But as for the rest of the sect, they are already in full celebration. Golden Core. Because I've played Tale of Immortal, I have an idea of where that is. That is level 4. So it puts things into perspective. The leader of a sect, the highest cultivator among them in this sect, is only level 4 out of 10. Technically 12. But I don't know what the top 2 are. That's... It really puts things into perspective. I didn't understand what that meant at first, but it's nice. I don't care about these ones. I've never done any of these, but I do want to play the prologue. And you only have to do the prologue in order to unlock classic. It's a very short prologue. Not very long. Like a few minutes. Now the thing is, there are outer disciples and inner disciples. Outer disciples are the laymans, the mortals, the regular people, right? Tai sect, Mount Full Moon, the year's coming to an end. Yeah, we already read that part. That was way too loud, I'm sorry. It's very pretty. As you can see, Taoism, the Tale of Immortal meets Rimworld, basically. The English is gonna be a bit weird. There's gonna be some translation, like some phrases that will be odd and what have you. Just bear with it. It's the translation. Because remember, in general, when you're translating, things don't always translate well. But in the East Asian cultures, the phrasings tend to be a little weird, Anyways, Disciple M, male. My fellow disciple returned yesterday with yet another marvelous adventure to retell. Here now, he even found a piece of Luminicore. I'm so jealous. We in English would say of a Luminicore or of the Luminicore, but they say of Luminicore. That is the object, like the focus of the. It's the noun. Luminicore is the adjective. The focus of this sentence. So here now, he even found a piece of inserts object here. So because of that, the way it translates it to is a piece of Luminicore. Disciple F, female. Yeah, I wish I knew what kind of girl he favors. By the way, if the sect leader successfully reaches the golden core state, our tiny sect will gain much fame. Much fame. I don't think that's proper grammar. We'll gain a lot of fame, pretty much. But I think much fame is significant. It's fine. I understand what they're meaning. And maybe I'm wrong. Maybe much fame is accurate. But yeah, I wish I knew what kind of girl he favors. So, again, there. I mean, she's a typical, like, you know, fangirl who's like wondering if maybe he'll be interested, you know? Male. Our sect leader is well experienced, so I'm sure it'll be fine. Look, what's going on with her? She looked really upset during dinner. Did I do something wrong? Who's her? Wait a minute. That was confusing. I don't understand what he's trying to get at here. Look, what's going on with her? She looked really upset during dinner. Did I do something wrong? Who's he referring to? That's what's odd for me. Disciple F. I don't know, but I'm pretty sure it's not because of you. You can find most characters' info on the character panel. Stats, mood, health, etc. Mood is the most important aspect of a character as it displays his or her emotions and needs. One of the core ways of maintaining a healthy and functioning sect is to pay attention to the emotions and needs of its characters. Some example ones. Hold on. Okay, sorry, my throat's being numb. Check the mood menu. So, I don't know how to pronounce her name. I'm thinking Chio? Meng-Chi. Meng-Chi, I don't know. Mining social. So she's an outer disciple. She's not very powerful. Nothing wrong with that. It's just perspective. Okay, mood. A new leader, minus 25. Slept on the ground, minus 15. Eating uncooked food, minus 15. Oh, well, that sucks. Interrupted sleep, minus 8. Famished, minus 8. Typical room, plus 4. Chat, plus 4. Temperature comfortable, favorable feng shui, good. Variety in life, good. Incredible landscape, good. And well-rested, plus 15. Something has become our sect leader. This is horrible. So she doesn't like the sect leader. Interesting. Disciple F. Hey, stop worrying. Only us women can understand what other women is thinking. If you want to. And then they're interrupted. What? What? Uh-oh. We're being attacked. Let's fight back. Okay, sure. Let me turn the volume down again. There we go. The reason why these weapons are flying around is because this is how they fight. The artifacts, the weapons, they're artifacts. Not actual weapons you use. You send them out and they do attacking for you. In the meantime, you have spells like and martial arts you'd use in close quarters fights. Use the keyboard and middle mouse button to adjust the camera. Left click to select, roll mouse to zoom, right click to select selection, and the cancel selection, and alt to show item names. I can't pause the game. Or click anything. Ri Hong Cheng. I've stayed long in the core shaping state, but our sect is being invaded, and I have to risk a breakthrough to turn the tide. So, with immortality, cultivating, the way it works is you have to cultivate your state of being for a time. There will be typically 3 breakthroughs you have to get through. The first 2 is simply to go from early to middle and middle to late cultivation. The last 3rd breakthrough is to break through to the other realm, the next realm above that one. So for going from mortal to foundation, you have to go through 2 breakthroughs, and then the last one, boom, you are in Foundation. Now, with that said, that's only what I understand from Tale of the Immortal. I don't know if they change it differently here, because when I was playing this one on my own, my character, I was reaching Foundation with no breakthroughs. They didn't have to do any breakthroughs to reach Foundation. Either the chi they were collecting was simply to the next breakthrough, or it was to the next realm, next level. I'm not sure. I never got far enough to actually do that, to let it see what happened, because my character kept dying. Or I gave up and got bored. So the hope is that I'll, stick around long enough to actually see what happens. As I am a practitioner of the Six Paths Reincarnation Law, my breakthrough requires an environment with water. I need you to help build an ice crystal cauldron in order to change the element and feng shui here in the room. At the master's command, Yangda is who we're playing as next. At the master's command, but I'm still just an outer disciple. I won't be able to endure the cold near the ice crystal mine. So, outer disciples are mortals, inner disciples are everyone at Foundation and above. And they're the supernatural people. They're the ones who have artifacts and what have you. Mortals can't use artifacts. They can't even use much in the way of elemental martial arts. They can probably use some, but they're very limited and they're very weak. So the freezing cold of the ice crystals or the burning hot of the igneo metal is very dangerous to outer disciples. They could literally die handling that. Take this talisman of Supreme Yang. It will make you impervious to the colds. Please hurry. Yes, Master. Characters cannot be controlled directly. Instead, most interactions are done by giving them orders. Click a function and select the target's character to complete the order. Rimworld. Voila. Good. Next, you will need to mine ice crystal ore from the hills and smelt it into ice crystal bars. The furnace is next to the mine. Yes, Master. Collecting resources is also done by issuing orders. Different resources have different orders. For example, mine is for ores and chop is for trees. Mine. Click. After an order is given, characters will automatically accept the task according to their configurations in work and finish it. So they're work tab, basically. They're work orders. Unfortunately, unlike Rimworld, you can't adjust the priority of the work tab in the same way. You can disable certain work orders. They can't do a certain work. But you can't give them a +1, -1 to have certain ones priority. You only have a simple singular drop-down menu to choose a single task to be priority over all others. All of them. So it's to be desired, honestly. Game speed is an important function. Game speed can be adjusted via the button in the top left corner of a hotkey. Press space to pause. You can still give orders while the game is paused. I meant to read that. Basically, he's telling him to hurry up and go hit the forge to the ice crystal. I was going to click on it to make the text go faster. I clicked it at the wrong time. Oops. Production orders need to be given at the right structure. Once the order has been set, characters will automatically move the material to said structure and complete the task. Cool. Bunny! It's a bunny! It's a rabbit. You can't see it, I'm in the way. Rabbit! It's a rabbit! It's a little rabbit. Good. Now build an ice crystal cauldron and change the elemental attributes where I practice. I've been speaking too harshly, I gotta calm down. Structures are the core of developing a set. A building's attribute depends on the main material used in the construction. And its attribute also affects the surrounding environment. For example, a structure made from ice crystal bars will increase the surrounding water attribute. So yeah, the material made to make a building is very important. Ice and igneo will make things colder and hotter respectively, and it'll adjust the feng shui and the elements. So If you are a water developer, water cultivator, you want things to be water, or at the very least something that would help support water. So either you want it to be water, the feng shui, or you want metal. Water or metal. Metal will enhance what's there, but water will encompass what the task at hand. The 5 elements are an important part of this world. The interaction between the elements affect the entire world. Breakthrough, feng shui, artifact crafting, etc., including how efficient someone is at a certain task. So if the feng shui of a room, of a crafting room, is poor, they won't be able to develop it as quickly. Whereas efficiently, they'll either be poor quality or it'll take longer. So it's very important to keep an eye on this. Take structure feng shui for an example. As an example, fire element buildings in a water element environment will have a bad feng shui as water extinguishes fire. Fire element buildings in a wood element environment will have great feng shui as wood fuels fire. So the element begets the buildings, right? So water element with fire buildings do poorly. Wood element in around environment around fire element buildings where are built, it supports it, makes it better. There's actually dialogue in this. Like there's voice actors. I got rid of it, but there is vocals. I forgot to enable those before we started the tutorial. It would have made it a lot easier for my throat. And when performing breakthrough first state, practicing a law of wood in an environment of metal will be difficult because metal cuts wood. If one instead does it in an environment of water, the success rate of a breakthrough will increase because water nourishes wood. I just got done talking about that. Decorative structure, it can affect the 5 elements of its surroundings based on its materials. Yes, Master. I will start building the cauldron right away. Work schedule is a core strategic function in which you can establish a set of priorities for outer disciples. The priorities are listed from left to right. A task with a lower priority will only be done if there are no other performable tasks of higher priority. Top priority allows a single task, to take precedence over all other tasks. See this? Well done. Now, as all the conditions are right, I will begin my breakthrough. Please hurry up and activate the sword shield to buy us some time. Yes, Master. Sword shield. It's full of artifacts. The sword shield is full of different artifacts that are coming to the defense. Hold on, I'm eating food. Cowards. Did I just spit? No, I'm good. I thought I had some food in my mouth and I said that. And I thought I accidentally spit food on my desk. Nope. Cowards. How dare you attack us while I'm in close cultivation? Now that I've reached the golden core state, prepare to die. Cool. Notice how he has 3 weapons. The weapon that came out of his body and flew off screen was the artifact, right? That is the independent, weapon that does its own thing. The second one he's standing on, that is only for mobility, right? He's flying on it. And the third is in his hands. That's the direct melee attack. So if he's up close and personal, he's doing that. So they don't always use the same things for everything, right? There's mounts, which are non-combative items. There's actual sword weapons that mortals use, You can still have one if you want one, if you need it. And then we have artifacts. Taste my celestial sword. Those were water elemental bolts. I have reached the golden core state. Our tiny sect will make an example out of these wicked souls. All disciples, heed my order. Chase down our enemies and spare no one. Yes, Master. And that's it. Most of the game content. Okay. Congratulations on finishing the amazing Cultivation Simulators tutorial. Most of the game content is not available here due to time limitations, so you will have to explore the world on your own. You can access the help manual by clicking the help button in the bottom right corner or by pressing F10 at any time. Wish you the best. So yeah, in the bottom right corner, there are lists of things. There's secret, formation, work, sect, power, world, codex, help, and system. So, boom. That's the tutorial. Now I'm gonna go ahead and reinstall my do my mods. These are a lot of good mods for quality of life, and some of them do change the gameplay a little bit. But what's neat is this game. It has an anti-cheat engine, but this game is meant for modification for mods. So long as you play a game, a save, under the Immortal, the Iron Man mode setting, you will gain achievements no matter what. There are some mods that will break the achievements, but most mods will not. A lot of mods are very the achievements are very kind with. So every single mod I have here is usable with mods. I mean with achievements. So what I have is the mod loader light mod, the iguana's overall fixes, functional changes, and features, tribulation Yaogwai rebalance, Yaogwai UI. Some of them are local. You had to get them from like Nexus mods. There's a lot of mods here. But honestly, the mod loader light is not functioning correctly. And I cannot figure out why. Like it seems to function, but I can't actually modify the stuff. Before I begin this, let me show you the built-in modding program they have made with this game. So if you go to Realms Palace, okay, I gotta move things around, hold on. In the Realms Palace menu, you can create brand new game content using our mod tools or download content created by other players. So they have a built-in mod maker. I mean, sort of. It's not perfect, but you can make a lot of things. Specifically, if you want to create your own character, like completely, you have to enter the workshop. Create Reincarnator. This is what it's going to be called, right? In this menu, there's blueprints, items, and what have you can make. You can make manuals and stuff like that, but reincarnators. In this menu, you can create new characters. Change their name, change their age, gender, their childhood background, any special stuff, and their perks. When you start a new game, the classic one, you will be given 3 random characters, and the first character is the main character. You can adjust their perks, that's it, and their name, but you can't adjust anything else. In the Reincarnator developer, however, you can customize pretty much everything save for the labor, delicate, and cultivation. I can't adjust these. I don't know why. I thought maybe you could do it in here, but no, these are life experiences. So this is these things. That's what this is, right? And intelligence, I have no idea. But this is this. So if you wanted to, you can make an entirely unique life experience with specific labors if you wanted to. And stats like more perception or whatever, you know. Entirely up to you, and maybe special effects if you wanted to. Like for instance, you can have it so where if a character has this life experience, it forces a given trait on the character. Clumsy, ugly, numb, you know, hardworking, yada yada yada. The clear effect. So I have my own character I already made. Jialing Jiamo. This is where I got the name from. I made this character, I made the name, and I liked it. And so I tried to copy the name to tell the model. But the gist of it here is you have the age, you have the gender, the sex, what race they are, human or Yaoguai. Yaoguai, they're animal people. They're like, for instance, the fox women you often see in mythology like that, they are fox Yaoguai, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. I could be wrong, but I am Kitsune. Kitsune is Japanese. They're not considered Yaoguai to Japanese. They're considered yokai, but in China, the equivalent would be Yaoguai. So my character is human, ordinary body. You can be sturdy, you can be plump, if you wanted to. They're ordinary. You can change their hairstyle. There's only 6 options, not very many. I like how it actually, the changes here, it won't do it for everything, but it will typically reflect here on the actual portrait, which is nice. We have this hairstyle, this one, and this one. Bald. I like this one. You can also adjust the skin tone. So darker, for instance, or even, so gray ashy skin, darker tan skin, or light skin. Or hit 0, and it'll default to whatever it was before when the character generated. So this character generated with this skin right here. I believe if I hit 0, never mind. I don't know what I'm talking about. But so yeah, you can change the things around. You can also change the portrait a little bit. Different eyebrows, different eyes, different nose, mouth is different, ears. There's only 2 settings for the ears. Marks, so that if you have like accessories, earrings, what have you, marks would be like forehead paint. See? Tattoos. And of course, scars. This little marking right here is actually a mark. It's the 5th one. And the reason why my character has it is because my character is a demon. She has demon blood. They're very cute. So I chose to have my character be 14 years old, very young. The reason for this is because I like starting at the very bottom, the very lowest possible, it's difficult, I like working my way up. It's always more fun to start as a child and work my way up to adulthood and become like a unstoppable god. So 14. It's actually really interesting because look at the character's face. At 14 years old, their character's face is a little pudgy, right? At 16 years old, it thins out, right? To denote that they got older, right? Their face, they lost the baby fat. So my character is part demon. Jialing Jiamu's mother was tricked by fallen demons and became pregnant with her. Jialing Jiamu possesses demon's blood, thus making her difficult to look at, to say the least, and a subject of discrimination to boot. Perception is increased, constitution is increased, charisma is reduced, luck is reduced, battle and chi sense are increased, and social is reduced. So this isn't so she basically is this life experience has the ugly trait forced upon the character, right? They're forced to be ugly. And it's not that they're actually ugly, but rather my understanding, my interpretation of this is their aura, their existence is terrifying for others to look at. They either look terrifying or ugly or some kind of discomfort. They're uncomfortable to be looked at. People are uncomfortable being around them, basically, because they're a demon. They're part demon. Also, because they're reincarnated. So the reincarnated characters always have this special. You can make a new one if you wanted to, a new story. But they always have the reincarnated story, right? Or a new one. You can choose to have one with perception, constitution, charisma, intelligence, luck. I have mine is constitution. Constitution is strength of character's body, lifespan, cold and heat resistance, efficiency with physical labor. Um, but among so the usual character customization, usual. I also added amiable, good tempered, and demon blood. So it's weird that demon blood wasn't automatically given because of child of a demon. You think it would. So I think I'm gonna go back later and adjust this. I'll make the exact same thing and simply add demon blood as also something that is forced upon because that's a little annoying. It takes up a trait slot, you know. You have guaranteed trait slots. Any trait that is given by a backstory will not take up your trait slots. But I had to waste all three of them on these. Amiable, because I'm usually very friendly towards people. I'm very amiable, usually. I'm good tempered. I'm not easily annoyed and saddened. I can be annoyed and I can be saddened, but I'm not that easy. And then demon blood because it made sense because of my childhood of being a demon, basically. But that forced me to not be able to use the other ones, which is a little annoying. Perfectionist. They need to have like an ADHD. They have OCD. They need to have an ADHD trait. That'd be so funny. I wonder if they do. No, they don't. So healthy, broken meridians, overstrain. This is what I was talking about before. This person was born with broken meridians. Broken meridians cannot advance beyond their current cultivation. This person likes dark places. And I do. Tall. Mutes, iron stomach. And again, you can I think you can actually make your own traits. What is intelligence? Hmm. I don't know. I haven't gotten far enough to really know what that is. I could always check the tutorials, but I don't want to do that. Yeah, there's no music in this menu. It's really weird. I think there actually is a tiny bit because I do see the game audio. Oh, you know what it is? There's birds. There's gentle bird noises in the background. It's so quiet though, you can barely hear it. The game audio is flickering. I can see it. Um, and I keep hearing birds, and I thought it was outside. I think it's from the video game. Anyways, my character, Jieling Jiemu, is a casual cultivator. So I was taken in by the Tai sect, right? At Mount Full Moon. And there's a number of things you could do. You can either seek a certain discipline, or you can go what I did and just be casual. So, 16 Steps Disciples. You've always wanted to be a disciple under the 16 Step School of Tai sect. After toiling tirelessly, you successfully unlocked the 16 Supreme Steps Law, one of the true laws of the Tai sect. Unlocks the 16 Supreme Steps Law, and what's required for this is high constitution, decent charisma, and decent intelligence, you know? What's interesting is there's a couple other ones that are less than ideal. They're different from the Tai sect. So the Myriad Artifact Law, you accidentally inherited the Myriad Artifact Law prior to joining the Tai sect, which leaves you afraid of drawing too much attention as a result. The start of this law can be difficult, not recommended for first-time players. So there are a number of laws out there. I believe it's mostly just the Tai sect ones, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then a number of like other ones. And sometimes you'll encounter these like manuals, like unorthodox disciplines that are just randomly generated, but they don't really go very far. They can use them to supplement your current law, your current disciple, or your discipline, but they don't have an end. They don't have an end goal like these ones do. I want to be able to make my own. I would love to be able to make my own discipline and my own sect. You can actually make your own manuals, which is required to learn spells and moves and like fighting techniques and what have you, in one of the other menus. So maybe one day. So alchemy legacy, myriad legacy, sword legacy, heavenly stealing legacy, emotion severing legacy. So these ones are kind of deviations from these ones, I guess. And they're a little more severe, and they're supposed to be difficult. I don't have it with me, but there are descriptions of them on the Wikipedia. I don't have Chrome open, so I'm not going to do that. So, but like some of these are demonic. Some of these are very, very dangerous. Like there, one of these, I don't remember which one it is. I think it might even be Heaven Stealing Legacy, where you can suck the soul out of somebody and turn them into materials. No joke. And the sword one is all about battle and killing and fighting. And so you revel in it and you need bloodshed basically. So it's really interesting. Then there's the secondary perks you can do. There's the artifact savior, the savior ones. On the night of the attack, the artifact room is breached. You couldn't bear to see for such a rarity to get looted, and so you risked your life to save a few. So you'll notice when I mouse over some of these, there's these little like half circles, right, over them. You can only choose one. These are like groups. These are the groups of the perk groups. You can only choose one perk out of the entirety perk group. So I can only choose one of these out of these 11. I chose casual because you only want to gain a foundational understanding of cultivation and are not particularly interested in a specific law. Among the 5 schools of the tiny sect, you are willing to go with the flow. So whereas the other ones give me access to those given laws, this one increases my 5 senses: perception, constitution, charisma, intelligence, and luck. Right? Or no. No, I think the 5 senses are talking about the elements. I think it makes me more in tune with the other elements. Never mind. I don't know what I'm talking about. I'm kind of just, I'm learning still. I'm still learning. So you can only choose one of these. I chose casual because I want to go with the flow. I want to decide which one I want one of these after I found them. These ones you can find eventually pretty easily apparently after the 21st day, but these ones you kind of have to like struggle to find them, and I want to see what other ones are available. So 1 legacy, savior, one of the savior perks, only one of these, artifacts, talismans, manuals, the moves, spells, spell books. These are spell books, and elixirs. Do you know how in Resident Evil, especially the older ones, the healings were herbs, like little balls of, not balls, but like I remember there was one time I played a Resident Evil game and the healing system were these like 3 or 4 balls that Leon or whoever would consume to heal themselves, right? Those are elixirs. Elixirs, basically, in Western terms, an elixir is a concoction. It's a potion or an herb mixture of some sort that has varying effects. They're potions. That's what elixirs are, but they don't come in the form of liquids. Sometimes they do, but not always. Usually they come in the form of like balls of herbs, like the little like balls, little like dumplings, like meatballs. They're meatballs of herbs. Basically, they're meatballs of like various like ones that can heal you, one that can boost a stat for a limited amount of time, one can harm your enemy if you force feed it to them, one can make you more in tune with the environment with chi, be able to detect the chi better, things like that. So they're potions, they're concoctions, alchemical products. That's what elixirs are. So normal, because otherwise, here in the Western cultures, when we think elixir, we think of a singular object, a singular the elixir, right? We think of. I don't know what the elixir is. It's been too long, but I know that usually we'll think of it as a singular object, the elixir of life, the elixir of vitality. As a potion, a little thing you just chug it, and then boom, you've got like beautiful hair. You know what I mean? But elixirs in this case refers to general alchemical products that could be potions, that could be actual liquid stuff, or it's a couple balls of herbs and spices and other minerals that are required for it to provide you with some kind of effect when consumed. But yeah, Japan and China, they seem to revolve around that a lot. Like I remember watching, I think it was Dragon Ball. I think maybe it was Naruto. There's a character who like consumed what looked like a meatball, like a little ball of like green or like an herb, and it boosted their stat. It boosted their vitality or whatever. I think it was Dragon Ball. Like when Goku is like training in the time room or whatever. I think he actually consumed those balls in there, and they helped enhance his potential. So he can cultivate his powers as a Saiyan faster. So now among that, going beyond that, there are these social perks. Loner. Having joined the tiny sect, you became utterly dedicated to the practice, unwilling to spend time socializing with others. On the night of the attack, nobody was interested in following you, and so you escaped alone. By default, there are going to be two initial disciples that will join you when you start a game. I don't want that. I don't want that. I want to go alone. I want to start alone. So, loner, right? We're on our own. We're on our own. Reticence. Having joined the tiny sect, you paid little mind in networking, as you knew that practicing the basics is the greatest importance. On the night of the attack, you escaped with just one friend. Sociable. Same, opposite of those. This one you have increased, one more person joins you, and then leadership you have two more people joining you. It's interesting because there is this world generation modifier you can add to the game before you start it for the individual save that increases how many disciples you have. I'll show it to you later, but you can have like 10 people, join you, or like 5 people. If you combine it with this one, it's really insane. Following that, we have hedonism, which is not part of a group. Spare food, builder, manual, swordsmanship, enchanted, ironclad, students. So these ones are not part of a group. You can have all of these if you wanted to, if you had enough perks. So hedonism, charisma increase, social skills increase, initial gears added, clothes and accessories. You view a cultivation as a means by which to gain more pleasure in life. As such, having joined the Tai sect, you would often exploit your position as an immortal's disciple to have fun beyond the sect. Oh boy. Spare food. Having joined the Tai sect, you were trapped within a magic seal for a month while out adventuring. Uh-oh. Having felt the agony of extreme hunger in the past, you learn to always bring food with you at all times. So constitution is increased, resources of food and drink is substantially increased, and initial resources added, fasting pill. Interesting. Builder. Having joined the tiny sect, you were given the responsibility of building sect's outer disciples area, blah, 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 blah. Perception increase, building resources increase, initial resources added, rare minerals, materials. Manual guard gives you more intelligence, gives you manuals. You have a few manuals to begin with because you guarded the manual, the manual of Havilon, and you would often take the opportunity at times while guarding it to transcribe and record some of the manuals for future reference. You basically stole knowledge. We stole knowledge from them without them knowing. They still have it. I just copied it. I copied and pasted it. Which honestly is not seen as it was. It would be frowned upon by the sect, but in the Taoism, in this culture, in this faith, in this society, there's a lot of things that we would see as being jerkish and mean and even evil that they don't necessarily see as being that bad. Remember, they're all about balance, the balance between good and evil. right? So you'll find sometimes some disciples or some like inner disciples, cultivators, they'll be both, right? They'll either be more than one or other, they'll be more righteous, but will still be a dick, or they'll be willing to humiliate someone or murder somebody for the right reasons, and vice versa. There could be someone who's demonic and who loves killing people, but is willing to be kind and gentle on occasion to certain people, either people they favor or someone they simply found attractive and want to get to know, or maybe if they're protective of children, maybe they don't have no problem killing adults, but they have a soft side for children despite being a demon, right? Demonic, rather. Not demon, they're demonic, they're evil. And they either always spare children in their slaughterings, or they always kidnap children of the villages they slaughter to adopt into their sect or family because they don't want to kill the children. So we live in a society. Return to monkey. I love that. I love that bit, that animation of Ame and Gura. There was an animation someone did where Ame went inside We Live in a Society and looked up, and she had clown makeup on, and then she was looking towards Gura, right? And she had a smile, and her smile came a frown of surprise. She's like, what? And the camera panned to Gura, and she's like, return to monkey, and she looked like a monkey. It was really funny. I'll have to find it later and show it to you. So basically, you have more charisma, social skills are increased, and you have some initial clothes and accessories. Spare food, constitution increase, more food and drinks when you start, and also a fasting pill. Builder, perception increase, more building resources, yada yada, some rare materials, cool. Manual guard, intelligence increase, you have some manuals to start with. Swordsman, I went with this one initially and have chosen not to. Your artifact mastery skills increase, and initial resources added, weapon, sword. Having joined the Tai sect, you acquired a famous sword while out on an adventure. You kept it with you at all times, hoping to one day craft it into an artifact. As such, you would often ask the senior disciples questions relating to the various methods of artifact mastery. Enchanted, spell skills increase, initial spell power increase. Was reading a manual, it's beamed knowledge into your head, and you became more knowledgeable about spells. Ironclad, protection skills increase. Initial chi barrier power increased. So, when you become an inner disciple and you're a cultivator, a proper cultivator, you will start to develop this barrier to help protect you from attacks. Mortals don't have this, they take damage directly, but the barrier will protect you from damage within a certain threshold. Furthermore, your artifact will also protect you. But the problem is, the barrier and the artifact they have a pool of chi, of energy, and if that energy depletes, they stop working, right? And that chi comes from you. So the speed at which it can replenish chi, it saps chi from you, and the amount of chi it can hold can become a problem. If the chi, if the blade goes through too much chi too quickly, you will be utterly sapped of chi. You have no energy, and that's really bad. So it's actually very important to keep that in mind, because your own tools will literally kill you by consuming everything you have to try to be efficient, to be active. So be careful with that. Student of elixirs. Having joined this Tai sect, you were assigned work in the elixir room. Healing skills is increased. Magic crafting increase. Initial medicinal resources are substantially increased. So you have a lot of medicinal stuff to begin with. Initial resources added rare medicine. And then student of artifacts. Crafting skills increase, magic crafting skills increase, initial material resources substantially increase, and initial resources added, rare materials. I initially went with swordsmanship, artifacts, and enchanted or ironclad. It seemed interesting, and I like the idea of the magic skill crafting. My most recent playthrough, though, when I combined it with builder, gave me way too many resources to start with. I had so much timber, so many building resources that I did not like it. If you want to have a lot of building stuff, go with that. Go with builder and artifacts, because it'll give you initial material resources increase in both of those. So a lot of materials. I did artifacts because I like the idea of the story behind it. I was assigned to the artifact room, right? I would love to have this without the initial resources boosts. Straight up. So what I'm gonna do is remove those and we'll do something else. I have 5 points. I could go without. You know what? I could go without. Spell skills increase, initial spell power increase, protection spells. Hmm. Hmm. I'm gonna go manual guard. It'll give me more intelligence and it'll give me something collection of basic talismans and an introduction to elixirs. Very basic, very very basic. Not that big of an impact on my starting experience. And it could be helpful. Having the collection of basic talismans and introduction to elixirs could definitely help us out a whole lot. Um, this makes it too easy to build stuff. This gives me too much food. And this I don't care for. So we might as well. I like the idea that on adventures, I went on adventures with the other disciples, and I found a sword, and I somehow, for some silly reason, I just happened to eat a strange fruit, because of course I did, and became sturdy as a result. You once ate a strange fruit while out on adventure. A senior lecturer conducted an examination and concluded that the fruit actually improved your chi and meridians. It resulted in an increase to your protection chi. Yeah. Now the problem is, for some reason, it doesn't always it doesn't always save my character. It's really weird. But I did it last night and actually saved it properly, which is nice. So I think by doing this, it saved it. Before we move on, I'm pretty much done talking about this. Before we move on, I want to go through the childhoods real quick. There's actually a number of them, a lot of them, and you can make them right here, life experiences. So, um, orphaned, memory loss, what have you. I wanted one with reincarnation, and there is none. So I'm thinking later on I'll make a reincarnation story. And these are only the childhood ones. There's childhood ones and adulthood ones. I'm not old enough to have an adulthood one, so it's not applicable. Um, but I went with demon simply because it seemed interesting. And to be fair, they are reincarnated because that's just how this is, so I don't have to. But I wanted a proper backstory. But this is fine. Jiling Jiamu's soul came from a world far away and was lucky to have been able to call it to this world in the first place. Although death and reincarnation erase memories, luck intends to cause you to walk a similar law in the next life. When Jiling Jiamu was restrained by fate, this one also received a gift, however imperceivable it may be. So, actually, I will do luck, because luck is hard to come by. So, let me just adjust this. Do what I did last night to fix it. Hello Rimba, how's it going? Hello, hello. Yeah, I went with where is it? Child of a Demon, just because it seems interesting. Cool. Fingers crossed it actually saves the character, because sometimes it won't. Later on, I'll make my own stories, my own stuff. Okay. So Land of Illusion is building mode. It's sandbox mode. You can do whatever you want. Things are built instantaneously. No events, no characters, instant construction, unlimited creation, and you can change time. So these seasons, right? I think this is a great way of like if you wanted it. It's God mode. It's God mode in Minecraft where no events, nothing happening, but you can build whatever you want with no restrictions. But classic is where we want to go. When you initially start a classic mode, you have some options here to adjust the difficulty of the game. So you can have combats to be more difficult, tribulations to be more difficult, survival in general to be more difficult, and what have you. So tribulations are when you try to do a breakthrough and you fail, and you have to survive the tribulation, the consequences. If you survive, you break through. If you don't, you die. So this increases the severity of the tribulations. So there's various things you can play around with here. But if you want achievements, you have to go Immortal. Immortal presents the ultimate experience. The difficulty cannot be adjusted. You have only one save slot in an Immortal playthrough. Your game also auto-saves at fixed intervals. You can check your statistics and complete achievements. Some tips will be hidden. Immortal tests your understanding of the game to its limits. This mode is designed for true Immortals. When you hit Immortals, it literally checks everything to the maximum. All difficulty is at its utter top, right? But you can make it even more difficult by messing around with the Immortal mode modifiers. So there's Yin Yang Might, the Torch Dragon is stronger, Phoenix is stronger. There's different bosses, you can make them stronger if you wanted to. Spawn more monsters on the starting map. The rampaging monsters will prey on your sect. So more Yaguai raids, more raiders, more monsters on the map. Even after the destruction of the Tai sect, there's still a bunch of mysterious figures hunting for its remnants. Guess what we are? Remnants. So, and then there's other like modifiers, right? Calamities and difficulties. On top of that, we have other modifiers like narrow escape. When fleeing from the massacre, several fellow Tai disciples who you know little about asked to join you, and you have no choice but to take them along. To get an achievement for this, you have to have this selected, right? These gold boxes have to be checked to get the achievements. You won't get any achievements for having just one of these. You know, you have to have all of them. So, available for achievements, food for everyone. Survive for 2 years without any character dying with all narrow escape options activated. So not new characters, just these characters. Whoever comes with you among this group, they cannot die in 2 years. And if you succeed, you get the achievement called Food for Everyone. This specific check has no modifier. It's just the all or none button. So what this is just everything below. Same boat. When fleeing from the massacre, 2 fellow tiny disciples who are but acquaintances to you asked to join you. That's 2 more people on top of the other 2 that would already join you normally. Helping hand. When fleeing from the massacre, a severely wounded Tai disciple begged you to take them along. A 3rd person. So in total, including yourself, with just these 2, it'd be 6 people. And inclusivity. When fleeing from the massacre, a Yaoguai who has completed shapeshifting asks to join you. They'll be facing shapeshifting tribulation in 100 days. So Yaoguai, when you start as a Yaoguai, or if you have a Yaoguai spawn on the map, they'll have 100 days before they have to go through a tribulation. Where if they succeed, they will gain full control over their transformations and gain a larger, stronger demonic form, right? If they fail, unlike other people who fail their tribulations simply die, they won't die, but become a wild, unmanageable monster, animal monster, based on what animal Yaoguai they are. So Yaoguai have it pretty hard. So what this does though, it adds 2 normal people, regular people, just at random, 1 more person who's injured, severely injured. You have to medicate them and help them survive their initial injury, and then from then on, and then a Yaoguai who's going to go through tribulation in 100 days, which can be very explosive and very, very dangerous for everyone involved. That's 7 people in total. 7 people. That's a lot of people. No. No. Harsh weather, adjust the weather, intricate buildings, so how long it takes to make things, building construction efficiency, lost arts. So these affect the feng shui. These are all very smart. I would say go through them and try them out. You may want to go through a game with none of these clicked on at first. But I always go with hard times for a couple of different reasons. When you initially start a new game in Classic, you will have this mysterious cultivator appear and give you tooltips, tips here and there, right? They'll help you out. They're the guide. They'll only be there for a short amount of time and they'll leave like a couple weeks later. But for new people, they're actually pretty vital. They help you out a lot. So I'd recommend you do not go with hard times. You need to make sure that the cultivator arrives so they can tell you what to do, right? You can, consult them. Now, hard times includes Desolate Sect. Less mortals will pass by. I see no difference. I did this one and there's a time, one day, I had like 5 people show up at once. I'm like, in rapid succession. I'm like, dude, I checked this for a reason. Simple Sect. Max disciple count is the maximum amount of disciples you can have is lowered. Restless Age. The mortals are too busy with secular affairs to engage in cultivation. Recruited disciple count is reduced by half. So, when you recruit people in villages, in towns, you'll get a number of people who are like, yeah, I will join you. And this will reduce the amount who are willing to join you in half. So if there are 10 people who might be willing to join you and you can select among them to join you, instead you only have a selection of 5 people to choose from, Talent shortage. Mortals have... I hit the wrong one, didn't I? Oh, I hit this one for Desolate Sect. I was in the wrong one, I'm sorry. So, talent shortage, mortals have generally less talent. I meant Cold World. Here we go. All by myself. The mysterious cultivator no longer appears. This one. I meant this one. Agent Clash. Assigning agencies lowers sect reputation. You can put agents into other sects as like observers, and normally you're fine. This time if you do, it'll lower your reputation because people don't like it. And Cold Hearts. More characters in the mortal realm are a withdrawn personality. So for both of these, hard times. Take in a character with all general stats above 5 with all hard times options available. So you have to find somebody who has a 5 in all stats. Talent, potential, intelligence, constitution, luck, etc., etc. And constitution, potential is very hard to come by. Your potential goes down the older you get. And it's based off of other factors. So the likelihood we'll find somebody who has at least 5 potential is very low. Very, very low. And even worse, having them all the other stats gonna be bad. And we have to recruit them. We don't have to bring someone to that state. We have to recruit them when they already have at least 5 in each stat. Fun. That's just to get the achievement, you know? And then Cold World. Reach 100 favor with all sect leaders of the world, with all of these options activated. So those two will give me achievements if I can achieve them. This one, I can do both of them. I can do at any point at all. But a lot of the other ones require you to do certain things, accomplish certain things within a set time limit, which I hate. So, no. Okay. One more thing before we continue this. I recommend going the large map size. You cannot move. Oh yeah, most definitely. You cannot move your sect. You cannot move your home base, unlike in Rimworld. You're stuck with one map. You can go to other maps and adventure, sure, that's fine, but you won't be able to make a new home, which really is stupid. Honestly, I feel like you should be able to. So large map, and then choose your environment carefully. This is the map seed. Each map will be unique to the seed, but it'll also be unique based on the abode, right? So monsters, Nun, Fae, and Lucio. So temperature here rarely fluctuates. It's very stable temperature, so it attracts Fae to inhabit the place. Fae are monsters, they're spirits that are usually fine. They won't mess with you too much. Who change the environment. They change the temperatures and like rain, sunny, cloudy, cold, hot. And so it attracts them because it does not fluctuate. It's very, very stable temperature. And so they are what's going to change the temperature. Whereas Lucio, the temperature here varies greatly, attracting Lucio to inhabit this place. I have no idea what Lucio is. I'm going to assume it's something that actually balances the temperature. The opposite, you know? I go with none. Abode. So plains, actually not a bad place to start. It's temperate plains with rich flora and fauna as well as a diverse ecosystem. The perfect place to build your sect, right? But we have canyon, forest, wetland, ancient battlefield, desert, and plateau. Ancient battlefield is the same as plains, except there's corpses everywhere, and every once in a while, zombies will appear. Fun. Canyon has a lot of mountains. You can actually end up in the side of a mountain with no access to the outside world. So whenever visitors arrive, they always get stuck on the edge of the map and they just die, which is so stupid. They should change it to where if a visitor does not get a response from the character after a certain amount of time, they just leave because they keep dying. Forest, dense jungle fraught with greenery, lots of wood, lots of timber, very little stone, however. Whereas canyon is the opposite. Lots of stone, not as much land to cultivate farms, and not as much trees. But there's still a lot of trees if you are in the right spot. Wetland is really conducive for like certain watery plants. Doesn't have very many stone, like mountains. And forest, there probably is trees, but nowhere near as much as the forest or plains. Desert is just less of everything. It's a desert, you know? And then plateau. So desert is hot, very hot. There are trees and plants and water. It's very hot. And plateau is very cold. Tundra, you know? There's plants and trees and some mountain stuff, but it's very cold and makes it difficult for plants to grow. So balanced, mountain, forest, marsh, you know, swamp. Zombies, plains, but zombies. Hot and cold. Canyon. I'm a dwarf and I dig a hole. Diggy diggy hole. Diggy diggy hole. And dig in a hole. Legacies are various modifiers that will affect the map and have events linked to them. Fire chasm, a giant hole in the ground, leads to the center of the earth, and it causes the temperature to become warmer. Frozen furnace, opposite. Otherworldly Rift, a giant rift that goes to like other dimensions, opens up, and periodically you'll have items fall through, and you'll have random invaders just pop through and attack you. And if you kill them, you get their items. Illuminatory, no idea what it is, but it's some spiritual tree. It turns soil nearby into spiritual soil, which is very conducive for plant growth. Really good. But it can cause problems for cultivators because it blocks the chi absorption. It blocks your meridians and suppresses chi. So basically, if you wanted to go less cultivator and more farming, you can go with this one, right? Yin Yang Stella, a random stone that is just formed through the natural flow of yin and yang, and it embodies profound secrets. But whenever someone tries to study it or cultivate it, a weather anomaly will emerge. Tornado, earthquake, it starts snowing in summer, heat wave in winter, and stuff like that. And then Earth Mother Shrine. So a cult towards the Earth Mother. There's a shrine there. You can sacrifice gifts to it, right? You make a wish to the Earth Mother by offering spirit stones. And sometimes they'll give you good things, but other times it might instead cause a natural disaster to occur. So I never played with any of these. I actually prefer none of them right now because I want to go. And I like starting low and building up. I like a good struggle. I like it when they struggle. What? Any day now. Any day now. Okay. I'm not going to be able to read that before it finishes, so I wanted to make sure I took a picture of it. Year 245 of the Tiankang era, December. The Tai sect, which had established itself near Mount Full Moon, was suddenly invaded by enemies. Although the sect leader had performed a breakthrough into Golden Core right before the battle, they ambushed him with a dragon killer formation as he was in pursuit. So the prologue, right? When we were in the Tai sect, that happened. And immediately afterwards, this text is telling us what happened next. After that, when they chased after the invaders, they ambushed. It was a trap. It was a trap from the beginning. They ambushed him and killed him. This became so ambushed him with the dragon killer formation as he was in pursuit. This became his undoing. That night, Tai sect was almost entirely massacred. Only a handful of outer disciples managed to escape the mountain with the help of an elder. I believe that's either the mysterious cultivator or just a separate event altogether, not involved with me. Unless this, you know what? This must be the elder, and these are the people that joined them. That's right, because that's why we're able to customize the elder. Us, you know? Oh, shut. I'm gonna struggle with that. Shut up. Wouldn't you like to know? Anyways, in order to use the custom character, you have to go into the reincarnator, summon a special character by entering a predetermined name and gender. They are unusually powerful characters, but you can't change their name and background. So, normally, if you just put a random name, like Ted Smith, it'll generate a random person with the name with random stats. So this is Ted Smith, everybody. Say hello. He is innate affliction. He had an odd affliction from a young age that put the child's meridians into disarray, rendering the practice of cultivation impossible. What's more, he was prone to fainting spells. Interesting. Yaman Runner. He's a Yamen runner for an administrative office responsible for keeping watch over the jail and having prisoners executed as needed. He loves the feeling of beating people with a club. It really makes his one feel lucky in life. And reincarnated. Everyone has that. Every reincarnated person. So, broken meridians. He cannot cultivate. Harsh. He is very cruel. And awareness, because all reincarnated people have awareness. Oh, Ted's a jerk. But look at his stats. His stats are utter trash. Utter trash. But you can choose the perks. Never mind, you can't. You can't change anything. So to get my specific cultivator, my specific reincarnator that I developed, freaking computer, have to go into. I already have it here. The name is the same for. The name is the same for both games. But simply put, I have it written here, so I can copy and paste it, and type it in here manually. Make sure you have the right gender, hit confirm, make sure you have the right race as well, and voila, there we go. I'm tempted to redo the character and get rid of this. Advanced artifacts. If we do that, we could... It's fine. But notice how the other characters right here are missing. That is because of the loner trait. So, we're alone. Oh, oh no. Oh, it's good. Having a low degen score is good. So that means Rimba is very degenerate. Ooh. Rimba's a degen. Yeah, bye. I'm hungry so. I'm so hungry. Now, you may notice that my stats went down. They're lesser than they were in the character customization. That is because of the modifier we selected when we generated the map, right? Lack of talent in Immortal. Lack of talent is the one of the modifiers of the hard times, I think, or whatever. And it reduces the stats of all the characters you're going to start with. So even though I had like 7 perception, I now have 5. I don't think it adjusted the potential at all, which is nice, but all the other stats, including luck, got reduced by like 2 or 3 points, or actually 1 or 2 points. I think like 2 points. Which sucks. Oh well. It's more fun that way though. You wear your degen metal high. Alright, start game. A few days after the escape. Now, I'm gonna potentially restart. I want a good start. Now, even though we can't really control the character directly necessarily, we can control him to an extent. With the V button, the move button. Alright, we started in the fucking middle of a mountain. With no way out. It's actually pretty good. Because we can develop our pathway out now. What we're gonna need though is a pickaxe, I think. Do we have timber? On the night of the attack, you notice that the artifact room has been breached. You couldn't bear to see such rarities be looted, and so you risked your life to save a few of them into a casket and took it away. Oh, right, and we have talismans. or guides rather. A compilation of guides on how to concoct common elixirs. Wah. Now you can dig through the mountain without a pickaxe, but it's usually better to have a pickaxe. Unfortunately, I'm gonna have to use up some of my timber to make stuff. Oh wait, no, cancel. You have to decide what the the item's gonna be made out of when you go to build it. You can't change the material after the blueprint's placed down. Yeah, so anyways, as we wait for her to cut the tree down, let's talk a little bit about some stuff. I don't have a sect right now, so I can't do anything right now. Where is it? Oh yeah, the world map. It's actually really big. So we are right here. We are west of Mount Full Moon after they were slaughtered. Yeah, the mod loader menu doesn't work. Fuck. The warm bonfire helped to relieve your tension and unease. After a brief discussion with myself, apparently, he decided that you were far enough away from danger, so you should set up a temporary camp here. Who is she talking to? With the fire? Open. What's inside? Jiling Jiamu opened the box. Eastern Sword, 5 Thunders All Phenomena Sword, and Ardent Neon Light Sword. These are artifacts. So these I don't believe can be used by... Yeah, Outer Disciples cannot equip these. These are usable during fights, right? By cultivators when they have... They are... magic artifacts, basically. And they're essential when you are a cultivator. But because my character is a outer disciple, she is mortal. She cannot equip it. They're useless to her. So I kind of regret getting that perk. Fuck. You know what? Let me see what is on the other side of this wall. Okay, if this is a good space to work with, I'll keep it, and we'll just have these for later on. If not, I'm gonna restart, and I'm gonna make things a little bit harder. Get rid of change the perks around. I have a mod, by the way, that increases how fast your time can go. So normally you only have in the settings, they give you the option of having 1 times speed, 2 times speed, and 3 times speed. You can change that in the settings to have the 3 times speed be any of these ones. The 2 times speed cannot change, but 3 times speed can be anywhere from 3 to times 10. That's great and all, but I have a mod that makes it so that way there's 2 more after the 3 times speed, the third speed one, where it's 10 and 20 times. The tooltips, the visuals are broken, so they're moved over one. These are supposed to be right here, but they work just fine. They function just fine. Look at her go. I prefer playing in bottlenecks where there's only one path that leads to my base. So we need to follow the edge of the mountain and see if it leads outside. If it leads outside, in the wrong spot, I'm gonna restart. A little tedious, but it is what it is. Yeah, I'm gonna restart. I can tell. Yep. I mean, we could put a wall right here and have one gate there. That is possible. Mm. I need to change my character's perks anyways. Not a big deal. Alright, Gemmo. We gotta change you. Oh. I did not select artifact. I didn't do that. Oh. I never selected this. Do you know what happened? The game wanted me to have all perks used up. So it automatically gave me another perk. So we have okay, let's I have to choose something. I might as well go Enchanted and Ironclad, because what it'll do is it prevents it from automatically choosing for me, and all the other ones give me too many resources. Again, I want to start bare bones, like as little resources as possible. I don't. As a result, I don't want builders. That was way too many materials when I did the first time. I had so much timber, it was insane. The reason why I'm doing this is I think I have to adjust certain things like description for it to save properly. Because sometimes it just doesn't. Which is stupid. We could make our I want to modify the demon story. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Click. I don't think ugly makes sense. Possesses demon blood that's making her difficult to look at, to see the least, and a subject of discrimination to boot. I don't think ugly should be the right trait. I think demon blood is better, and somebody had the charisma, like, taint, like, really badly. If that's the case. I could add ugly, I guess. Uh, hmm. Oi. Child of a Demon, what it's called. Unfortunately, because of the restrictions of the text, because when in China and Japan, they can say more with less um characters, and because of that, they limit the length of the characters in the text boxes. So, for instance, okay, there's a lot there. There's a lot there, but I only have 7 characters to work with. That's stupid. Wow. I wonder if I copy paste, what happens then? If I were to copy paste something, like, nope, it doesn't work. That sucks. What's a good name for this if it's a demon blood? Charisma -3. Intelligence unaffected. Perception +3. Oh, it's Constitution. Battle +4. She sense +4. And social -4. Cursed. Fuck it. No. I'll figure it later. Let's focus on what we have. Demon blood. Demon blood. Demon blood. Where is it? I lost it. Where is it? Oi. Okay. That's fine. Okay, we have enchanted. So we're going to have better spells. Spells increase and initial spell power increase. We have protection skills increase and initial chi barrier power increase. Intelligence increased with some manuals, swordsmiths, and nothing else. Good. I also can't type anything further past this description. It's a very short description. All right, one more. One more time. So, I initially want to be alone. I've been rejecting people to join my sect, join me all the time whenever I play this. I'm debating whether or not I should still do that. Like, maybe we could have more people. Um, Perhaps. But I do feel like it's better if it's just me on my own, so I can explore things, right? Like, I'd rather not have visitors, except like a long time down the road, you know? And then later on, come people join me, you know? Hello. What the fuck? I hate that. See, sometimes the save it won't save correctly. I don't know why. I don't want those artifacts. One solution is just to make the character all over again, which we can do if we have to. I don't want to, but we can. Oh, I was like wondering what. I'm waiting for the game to load. It's already at the main menu. I am not paying attention at all. I've been talking too much. Like my lips were feeling numb earlier. Okay, let's try that. I'm hoping that maybe by hitting save a bunch of times and also having a second character in here for some reason, it might adjust. It might fix the problem. I think what's happening is there's more than one. There's more than one file, save file, for um. Well, for the characters, right? And it's like not saving properly in one of the files. Whichever folder it takes from whichever folder it takes when trying to find the reincarnator, it's not saving properly. It's not properly overwriting it. And so I have to go in. I might have to go in and delete it. Or just make a new character. Hello, Resi. Ilorezi, welcome in. Yeah, I agree, actually. It does remind me of that as well. How's it going? So don't mind me, I'm just struggling to get my shit together. Dude! It keeps doing it. I... It worked last night, and it worked just now. And now it's not working. Okay, what I'll do... I'm gonna redo my character. Oh, wait! I have an idea. I'm doing alright. I'm tired. I've been talking for a very long time. And so I'm a bit out of it, little out of breath, what have you. But I'm fun. Okay, no worries. Have a good night. Thank you for stopping by. Bye-bye. Okay, it did not save. Look at that. I have 0 perks. I have 2 perks left. It never saved. It never bloody saved. I'm hoping that maybe doing that will... Let's remove a perk and then add it again. Thank you. I will. Okay. Fingers crossed that worked. Because it registered the fact that the other character was made, but it's not registering the new character. A little frustrating, honestly. No! 10 sit-ups. Alright, fine, fine. Gotta wait for this to load anyways. Okay. 1 second. Three. No. 4. 5. 6. 7. 8. 9. 10. Okay. Okay, there we go. I got up weird though, and now I hurt my... Ow! Ow. I got up weird, and I hurt my... the bone connecting my leg to my hips. Ew. Fuck. I don't know why it works sometimes. No, the other one. So in the front, the connector, like the connector part, like part of the parts, the hip bone. The front of the hip bone near the pelvis, the groin area. Okay, I don't want this. I really don't. I'm gonna redo the character. Just bear with me. I gotta... It's fine. I just won't do anything with him, I guess. It's whatever. Whatever. I don't want to have to keep doing it over and over again. But yeah, sometimes the it just doesn't work. Like the the Realms Palace, the cultivator, the reincarnator creator, it's registering the fact that I saved it, but the actual character generation does not. Hmm. Hmm. Okay, no, nothing's working. I wanted to see if maybe if I move things around. Whatever. Okay. Hmm. Yep. Damn it. I'm sorry. Give me a minute. It's a repeat of Stellaria, so I'm trying to find the right, um, yeah, the pelvis area. I'm trying to find the right, the right spot. Oh my god. I am just full of nonsense, aren't I? Ooh, woo. No, my muffin's gone. My cupcake. Cupcake, I mean. Yeah, I'll make the character again later. Honestly, it is already 8 o'clock. I ideally should end the stream here. What I could do is let's see what this looks like. If this area is not conducive, I may just end it here. I know we haven't really been playing much at all, but we've been hanging out. We've been, that's the whole point of streams, just to hang out. And my throat hurts really badly. Like, I'm not sure if you can hear it, but my voice is getting scratchier and scratchier as time goes on. Big tree. This might work. We could have a pathway right here. You know? That's deep water. Hmm.
Although, I mean, we could. What does this look like down here? How about this? How does the left half of the map look? If it's nice and contained, we can have the entrance right here, and or something, and everything else in here is the actual the base. Okay. Honestly, I'll be honest. From what I understand, entrances to the base, they don't really matter because people can fly in this game, so it probably won't matter. But I do want the general shape of the general shape of the layout to be good. I want it to look good. Cross your fingers that cross your fingers that this lake is contained. So far, so good. Maybe. Maybe. This could work. This could work. Yeah, you know what? Yeah. This works. This works. So what'll happen is this right here will be the entrance to our main like central sanctum. Right? We might have some like buildings here and what have you. There'll be two main gates. One here, and this will be the side gate right here. We might have another one on the other side depending on how things go, but having the home like right here, have like a central like lake area for like meditation and how pretty it is, you know? It would be nice. I do see some like opening here, so maybe we can have this as a pathway going left, going west. But the problem is there's going to be various pockets like at the edge of the map, like right down here and right over here, right? NPCs, non-hostile NPCs will spawn there. Those who can fly, not a big deal. It's whatever. Those who can't fly, however, are gonna have a bad time. Enemies, however, always spawn within, walking range. They can always, like, if they would spawn over here and they'd get trapped, they won't spawn there. They'll instead spawn here, the closest point that would lead them to you. So you can't actually block enemies. They'll always spawn within your borders, basically, within your buildings. So the hope is that this leads all the way around the compound along the edge of the map. If it doesn't, we'll have to make it that way. We'll have to slowly but surely carve our way through the edges of the map to make sure that anyone who does spawn outside, not here, it spawns like over here, can walk their way around and not starve to death, Yeah, our character's gonna be very unhappy though, because she needs a bed and a bonfire. So, rooms.
Rooms are very important, especially the bedroom. Apparently, if the feng shui of a room is poor, ominous even, it'll affect the efficiency and how well the building functions. Obviously, so like craftsmanship, cooking, yada yada. When it comes to bedrooms, however, it could literally be life or death. If the feng shui of a room is ominous, it goes auspicious, normal, like neutral, and ominous. Being a little ominous or very ominous, or a little auspicious to very auspicious, right? Auspicious. You want it to be at least auspicious or at least neutral if it's ominous. So if a room is auspicious, the character should be happy. And that's about it. And like there might be some bonuses to their health. If a room, a bedroom, is ominous in any capacity, cultivators at foundation or above, non-mortals, right? Those who've gotten a core going, which she does not, because she is, she needs to develop her foundation. Those who have developed a foundation at the very least will simply have the chance of getting blocked meridians, which you can deal with later, like unblock them, a slight debuff, like uncomfort, right? A blocked nose, for instance. When a mortal, when they sleep, right? When they sleep, there's a chance they'll have issues every day. Like it's either every tick or every night. I'm not exactly sure, but for mortals, if a mortal is sleeping on a bed in an ominous room, there is a 0.01 to 0.05% chance, based on how ominous it is, to die instantly from a heart attack. Which is stupid. So apparently, if the room is scary enough or ominous enough, it'll just kill them. Not even scary, just ominous. It's not, the feng shui is poor. So poor feng shui can literally kill a character if it's their bedroom. If it's any other room, it won't matter, really. It does not. But the bedrooms have to have at least decent feng shui or they'll die. How do you fix feng shui? Door placement and how large the room feels, and whatever else is inside the room. There's talismans that can affect the feng shui of a room, of a place, by either increasing or decreasing it by a substantial amount, 35 points. All the other ways are like 1 or 2 points, 1 or 2 units. So if the room's door is not faced the right direction, right, the feng shui will be reduced by like -2 to 3, depending on the circumstances, right? Sorry. Now, because of the circumstances, the only way I can actually adjust the feng shui is by adjusting which direction the door is, because I don't have anything else that can adjust the feng shui, except maybe the flooring, but that's going to be later. So, how do you ensure that you have good feng shui? At the very least, at the very beginning, when you have no one to determine how good the feng shui is, keep the door facing south. Cool. The feng shui of a room is affected by the following factors. 1, the feng shui of all of the feng shui buildings in the room. So there's certain buildings in the room, certain objects, furniture, what have you. They're considered buildings. They're buildables. They're considered buildables. And certain buildables are considered feng shui buildings, and the other ones are considered non-feng shui buildings. But the feng shui buildings in the room will determine the feng shui. It'll adjust it. It'll change it because of the environment. The layout of the room is also important. Being cramped or empty will both impair the feng shui. If it's too small or too big and there's not enough object in there, it'll harm the feng shui. And how cramped it is actually is determined not only by the size, but also about the size of the objects. Every tile that's being taken up by some kind of object is making the room feel smaller. Every table, every workshop. I don't know about the trees, but every object in there, from your dining table to your bed, adjust how large it feels, no matter how large it actually is. So if you want to have a really empty, the room feels empty, you can fill it with objects and it will help make it feel less empty. So there's that. And then when a functional room is facing the right direction, its feng shui will be good. So facing south, bedrooms and founders' halls. Facing east, workshops, artifact pavilions, alchemy labs, and facing west, kitchens. Empty rooms have no feng shui. When a room is assigned with multiple roles, its feng shui is determined by the lowest one of the multiple feng shui scores given according to each role. So if the feng shui role of the workshop is really high, but the feng shui of the kitchen is low, because we have 2 doors leading east and west, and it's conducive for workshops, but not very good for kitchens, like all the other objects in the room, then it'll base the total room feng shui off the kitchen. You know, weakest link. The weakest link in this scenario is the breaking point, basically. There's a JoJo's character whose whole power is abusing the fuck out of feng shui, really. Well, good to, now you guys know that feng shui can actually be very deadly. You can literally have a heart attack because of it, apparently. But only when you're sleeping in it, right? Any other building, as long as you're not sleeping in the buildings, the feng shui won't kill you. It's only in bedrooms. So bedrooms have to be facing south, or at the very least, if they don't face south, they have to have some other feng shui modifier to make them auspicious so the characters don't fucking die. After building an observatory, you can view the details of feng shui at the feng shui panel of the room. So you have to use an observatory to see the actual feng shui. So look at this. Room layout minus, crampedness. Bedroom plus plus. Brownstone bed minus. When a room has multiple doors, its feng shui is decided according to the following rules. Any room with no feng shui attribute is considered the outside for this purpose. 1. If there's only one door that leads to the outside room, if it's a room, it will decide the orientation of the room. I know this is being dumb. So, for instance, if we have a hallway and there are, and the hallway has no feng shui attribute for some reason, it'll be considered outside for the sake of the other buildings, other rooms attached to the hallway. So, if a bedroom is bordering a hallway and the door in the hallway that leads to the hallway is on the left side of the bedroom, it's considered going west, right? If it's going south, however, it's considered going south. It's all inside, certainly, but it's considering it to be outside. If there are more than 2 doors that lead to the outside, then they will incur a feng shui leakage, which will immensely impair the room's feng shui score. So you can have 2 doors to the outside, but you cannot have more than 2 doors. If you do, it'll start affecting the feng shui, and it'll go in the negatives and become ominous, and it'll kill you if it's a bedroom. Otherwise, it'll just hamper your efficiency. So you can have two doors if you want to. When no door leads to the outside, the feng shui of the room will be decided by the door that is closest to the right direction. What this means is if you have a bedroom that borders a workshop, and it's connected to the workshop by its south door. There's a door between the south of the bedroom and the north of the workshop. And the workshop heads outside in a different door. Then the door in the bedroom considers it's stating that there is no door that leads outside, because it doesn't lead outside, it leads to the workshop, which has its own feng shui rating. Then, therefore, it will simply state that whichever door is closest to the proper orientation for the best feng shui, it'll determine that as the door closest to the outside, right? Legendary Champion Link is raiding the party of 1. Welcome in, Link. How's it going? Hey, Derp. How's it going? So basically, though, if listed bedroom is bordering a workshop. It'll first determine how many doors are leading outside. If there's two doors leads out, then it'll incur feng shui leakage. And when no door leads outside, feng shui decides, so this is the order. Hello. But yeah, so simply put, for mortals, make sure the room faces south. The doors faces south, or they'll die. I actually had a good run going one day, and my character just up and died of a heart attack, and I was alone. I was like, what happened? And I looked it up, and it's like, yeah, your character can have a heart attack if the feng shui is poor. I'm like, really? Really? I mean, for fuck's sake. So, we need a room. I'll put one right here. Oi! Are you daft? Are you daft, mate? Why are you being daft? Construct the fucking timber. This game is buggy, by the way. Okay. You're not surprised, yeah. Yeah, definitely. I'm gonna be ending stream actually soon. I'm really tired. But I wanted to play this a little bit with you guys. I think what I have to do, I think it's being dumb because it wants me to choose material. Oh no. Huh? Oh, I see. I don't have enough wood. Let's remedy that, shall we? Where'd she go? She passed out. Oh. What the hell? For some reason, my character will not produce stuff. It happens sometimes, I don't know why, but sometimes it'll just... I know why. It didn't... For some reason, it didn't like the times 20 speed. It did not. It couldn't function. So we have to be careful of the times 20 speed. That's why. That is why. Okay. This pear tree is in the way. So you may be wondering what this is, right? Why is this tree glowing? When a tree collects enough chi, not always, but usually, what'll happen is they will have this glowingness around them. This is the chi. It is resplendent with the chi it is absorbed from the surrounding area. When you cut this down, what you'll do is you're gonna get spirit wood, which is useful in various ways. So I definitely want to cut that down eventually, just not now. She's punching the wall. Hmm. Good feng shui. This room's feng shui is quite good. It's like a blessing. So this is the talking about her bedroom. Okay, that's good. So we need to. I need more work. A lot of these trees are withering for some reason. I don't know why. I'm gonna cut them down. I actually like it when there's trees. I like a lot of trees, but we have to cut them down. We need the wood really badly. I don't want to cut down too many of them though. A big old tree. First things first, I want to create. Ooh, marble. I want to create some gates, some doors. Block things off. But we also need tools. So yeah, it is basically just Chinese Rimworld, I guess. Which I like. I like Rimworld. That's really nice. They have this here. I like this a lot. Okay, what I can do. So when you want to contain your animals, you have to use the area work. So storage, field, and pasture, they're all very important. Storage is obvious. It's a spot where you can put your materials. All storage will go there. And you can adjust the filters, obviously. So for now, filters include everything, but you can adjust like what element it is, the tier, quality, yada yada. You won't be able to determine based on individual objects. So you have to keep, if you want to separate a single item from everything else, you got to figure out what that object is. What is it made of? Is it what kind of like a consumable, gear, material, stone block, treasure, a pill, a tool? Then you can determine what kind of element it is. If it has an element, make sure only that element is selected and remove all the other ones. And basically, you make a separate storage spot, right? A separate one, completely different, that only has the qualifications of that given item you want to segregate. You can then hit the priority button and it'll prioritize that other secondary storage for any other objects you get that are the same thing. So for instance, there are these things called igneo ore, and ice crystal ore. Ice crystal ore makes things colder, straightforward, right? But igneo makes things hotter, very hot. So you want to keep the igneo stuff away from your fridge, right? And vice versa, you would want the ice crystal stuff to be in your fridge to keep it cool. So what you can do is you can deselect everything, make sure you only have either metals or bars, either one of those. Make sure you select only the fire, and it will ensure that only the igneo bars and ores can go in that storage spot. But then you have to either remove those qualifications. So for this main storage, I'd remove that fire and put it somewhere else. At the moment, it doesn't really matter because I don't have a main fridge just yet. I can make one though. There's ice crystals here. Ice crystals here. It's marble. I could maybe use this as a fridge. Maybe put the kitchen right here. Or right here. Like I could put like a room right here. That's the kitchen, and then we can have the fridge be right behind us. Anyways, like any other game, like Rimworld, this is gonna be it's gonna be long. Oh, I need a well. Hmm, nice. Some quality of life. Training spots. We'll put it right here. Hmm. Mm. Hmm. Oh, it's in the, after a few days of surviving, eventually you unlock some more building stuff. Okay, I have three objects queued for construction. The pickaxe will help us out a lot. It'll help us dig through the earth faster, and she won't complain about not having a tool. And you know, because she has to punch the freaking wall to break the wall down, and that's not very comfortable, is it? And the farming tool is the same thing. So the characters get a mood penalty if they have to do a typical work that they don't have a tool for. So woodcutting, no pick axe, they get pissy. Mining, no pickaxe, get pissy. Farming, no hoe, they get pissy. You know, the usual, the usual stuff. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. Okay. Sorry, I'm making silly noises. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I wish they would let you customize which sword you start with this perk because the sword actually changes sometimes. There's this wavy sword that we have, right? There is we had a spiky sword previously in one of the previous runs that I restarted. We have English. Do you know of the there's this sword. There is this sword, right? Either in China or Japan or both, where it's got prongs on it. But they kind of like they like shape they're shaped like the sword is like this. Let's do it over here. Oops. I'm not sure how to design this, but basically it's got these weird prongs on it. Like this. Like that, you know? It looks like that a little bit. But I honestly, I don't like that. I don't like the way that it's designed. I just don't. And a lot of the other swords are the same. There's only like one sword I thought was really cool and I really liked. And unfortunately, she didn't spawn with it, which sucks. This one's okay. This one is okay. It's not the worst. Would rather it be a different one. By the way, when you're playing this game, you can't zoom in with the mouse scroll any further than this. This is the limit. You can zoom out really far with a mod, and even if you don't have the mod, you can zoom out to about here. This is about the limit of how far you can zoom out. Yeah, the 7-branch sword. Thank you. I couldn't think of the name. But if you use page up and page down, you can go beyond the limits. That's how I zoom in like this. Look at her. So cute. And she just took it. She's like, you know, I'm gonna just chill here. Nap time. Looking around. So they all have a need for leisure, obviously. Eventually, I'm gonna put walls here, but for now, I'm gonna keep it as fencing because I don't want this to become a room. There we go. You seem to have gotten used to the life around here, although it is not as reassuring as when you were still in the old sect. Life here is still self-sufficient enough. Why can't this also be a form of cultivation? This is a new home amidst all the chaos and unrest. Will it be a nice beginning as well? Everyone is full of hope. Yeah, me, the trees, the uh, the fence posts, the dung on the floor, the rabbit in the corner. Yeah, we're all full of hope. Can you cut that tree, please? Please? Cut the tree. Please. Cut the tree. Okay, so if you want to have someone specify a given job, you only have a single priority drop-down menu. A little annoying, but it is what it is. So if I want her to build, I can click priority build and she will focus on building over all other activities. Furthermore, there's a timetable. You cannot give a timetable to an individual person. The timetable is shared sect-wise, sect-wide, right? The entire sect has the same timetable. For cultivators, for inner disciples who have breached foundation, they don't like doing work. They don't like to. They think that building and cooking and all that is beyond them, right? It is beneath them, and so they won't. They'll try not to. They would rather leave it to the outer disciples who are not. They're mortals, right? Regular people, they're mortals, and so the timetable will affect everybody. Sleep, everyone sleeps. Train, everyone trains. Eats, everyone eats. When it comes to work, the cultivators, if they have like artifact making, that's one thing. That is something when it comes to making elixirs and artifacts and advanced stuff. That is the inner disciples. They'll do that. But if they don't have that, they'll instead just cultivate. Just continue to cultivate. Okay, real quick, I forgot to address this. So if we have animals, we make a pasture, click on it, go to assign animals, and we can assign the animals that we have. Then they'll seek this area, right? If you don't, they'll wander wherever it is they wander. Uh-oh. Oh. Well then. Okay, never mind. That ain't happening. See, the male frog is sleeping in its own shit. Of course. And the female chicken is just chilling over here. They can't reach the pasture. I'm gonna get rid of it then. I didn't realize they were over there. This is what I was talking about before. Sometimes you'll have scenarios where the NPCs, they spawn in one of these little pockets on the edge of the map. Very bad. Very, very bad. I don't want to have to connect this here. I don't. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to try to go all the way around and slowly cut my way through the mountainside on the edges. So that way, if they do spawn there, they can go around and go through my front door, which is right here. Right here. I was gonna watch her work, like I see what she does, and the moment I try to watch her, she's like, I'm gonna take a nap. A Yaogwai that has just shapeshifted seeks your protection, hoping to survive heavenly tribulation of shapeshifting with your help. No. Double no. Because I can't get to you anyways. You're gonna die. Leave. They need to leave. Honestly, I feel like anyone who can't reach me within a certain amount of time, they should just leave. Zheling Jiamo suddenly felt their left eye twitched a little. I'm a little worried about that because that's what happened last time when my character fucking had a heart attack. Okay. I'm hoping that maybe adjusting, you know what, I'm gonna move this sideways. Hoping that maybe adjusting the floor fix it. Look at her dance. Look at her. Mm. She's so pretty. Cute. She is speed. It is a very clear and bright day, but you don't know how long it'll last. Okay. So even though the space is tiny, it's considered a normal room. It's not cramped, it's not spacious, it's normal. You want it to be normal. Um, but the beauty of it is devastated and it's very bare bones. So then this is important though. Here it is. I want to make displays because they'll help reduce deterioration. Yeah, we need to make a storage unit. Most of what we have is perishable, is either perishable or won't care if it's in the cold. So we're gonna go ahead and start building into the side of this right here. Hard to say for sure how big this is though. So hold on. Okay. Not too bad, not too bad. It'd make a really good fridge. Okay, so that's you know what? Where's the grid? So I read online when you're trying to make a fridge, you want to make like strip. You want to strip into it like this. For now, we'll make a central room. Yeah, that's fine. It's fine. Look, that's great and all. You guys keep spawning in the worst possible spot. Okay, okay, we really need to save these people. So let's go ahead and go to the far north, over here. I'm gonna take the pickaxe, and where's the pickaxe? She didn't have it yet. Um, where'd the, where'd the hell go? Oh, there it is. Wait a minute. Something's not right. Did I forget? Oh, did I forget? No? Huh. So for some reason, one of the mods is not working. Oh, I know why. I know. I didn't. I forgot to activate it, I think. I have to do it in-game, I think. I believe it's Control L was the mod hotkey. Yep. No. Hmm. Okay, there's a different mod. There's a mod that allows you to do batch orders. I had it installed, but I guess it's not working. I don't know why. I have a lot of mods though, so I'll have to take a look later. Yeah, if you want to see how cold it is over here, look at the... Oh, you can't see it. So look at the bottom right corner of the screen, right? So temperature is 6 degrees Celsius, right? It's filthy, it's minus 1.14. Dark is, so dark, so 12 units. Poor soil, 0, 0. It's rocky terrain, 125 by 122, that's the current coordinates. Chi gathering, none. And chi, ambient chi in this cell right here, 93.36, right? There's a fair bit of chi right there. If we get closer and closer to the the ice crystal ore, it gets colder. So even though it's like 6 degrees outside right now, and it's 16 degrees next to the bonfire, this tile is 6 degrees. This one's 6. This one is 6, and this one is 6, right? This one is 0 degrees. This one is minus 9 degrees. This one's minus 22 degrees, minus 44, minus 59, 61, 64, yada yada yada. It's really, really, really cold right here. Like, freezing. It's below freezing. So she's trying to mine that, right? Well, it's very uncomfortable for her to do that. Oh, yeah, wrong ho. Okay. Let me see how cold it gets by simply blocking it off with a door. Again, that's great. Don't spawn here. So you'll see the temperature is dropping, right? It's going up, going down. So it's very cold in there. Super, 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 super cold. That's perfect. Let me go ahead and fix my model real quick. There we go. So this will be our fridge. We do need to make the room a little bit larger to fit everything. But what was the feng shui again? Facing west, the kitchen. That's perfect, actually. So what I'll do, we're gonna put a kitchen right here, and we'll have the fridge bordering it. I think it might be better though to get rid of the door. A group of Yaguai cultivators intend to subvert your sect. They are wandering around nearby with bloodthirsty eyes. Okay, we have our first raiders. Ooh, scary. Oh, she's cute. So this is a cat Yaguai. 55 years old. Very poor in battle. And she has no weapons. So she's inconsequential. So what I'll do is I'm gonna toggle this on, so whenever we get attacked, our character will defend themselves. What the hell? Okay. For some reason, the room isn't being cold anymore. I don't know why. Something broke the temperature. In battle! Go! Go, Jam, you go! Go, Jam, you go! Go, Jam, you go! Wow, Meow Zoiba is being a jerk. She broke all my fences! Dead. She dead. Finish her. Cool. Search her. Get all her stuff. And then move her body. Fuck it. Agua? Yeah. Rebuild. Rebuild. Demolish. Demolish. That's a little better. We'll have to find some like proper fences later. This is just gonna have to do. But I hated how the door looked with the fence. It didn't look good at all. So Yeah, the AI is not very smart. Hello, Allison. Welcome in. How's it going? So the way corpses work in this game is they're kind of just there. If you leave them alone, they'll disappear after like 100, 1,000, 1,800 seconds. They'll just deteriorate. And when they do, whenever they disappear, the ground around them a little bit will fertilize. It'll increase the fertility of the ground. So for instance, you can't see it because my head's in the way. This tile right here has healthy soil 1.00. Same as this one. And this one has poor soil 0.00 because it's rocky terrain. So when this corpse deteriorates, this should go up a little bit. Let me show you. It's a going. So see the bottom right corner in the blue? 1.00, 0.00, 111110000. The quality may be kind of poor, you may not be able to see it, but just trust me on this, okay? I can't increase the font. I would love to be able to, it just won't work. What? What did she do? Wolf? Wolf. Wolf. Wait, she got in a fight with a wolf. Excuse me? Where? Where? Bitch. I don't know why she was over there, but she was. Whatever, not a big deal. Since she has something to do and we're waiting for the corpse to decompose, let's go ahead and get rid of that. And cut some more trees down. I'm trying to avoid the trees that have the spirit wood. I'm worried the value of my colony will go up. Pear. I kind of don't like how these remain. I don't like this. I don't. I would love to be able to remove it or change it or what have you. Apparently you can put, I think you can put like roofs on them, but I don't know for sure. Oh, no, it can only be put on this. Okay. So this is just whatever. It went up. It wasn't by much, but it went up. It went from 1.0 to 1.2. How far, though? It had no effect on the rocky terrain, unfortunately, but if we use the wall, this is 1.2, 1.2, 1.2, 0. 1.2, 1.2, 1.2, 1.2, 0. Okay. Okay, so it's roughly within a 5 by 5 radius around the body, with the body in the center. So from here to here to here and here, right? So this area and this area. So everything included. Actually, it'd be a little more a little confusing with that doing like that. So it's more like that. That entire area, the inside of the walls, that is where the fertility will be affected. Um, so if you want to increase fertility of your fields and also the trees, you can leave bodies around or even poop. So something to keep in mind. Meat, Nico. Oh, perfect, perfect, perfect. What do we have that's deteriorating that we don't want to deteriorate? Uh, at the very least, I don't want anyone stealing my forming pill. So place it there. We'll make more of these later on, and well, I might as well make more of them. We can move them. We can move them around. That way we can have them. So whenever something's on display, it won't deteriorate, and it can't be stolen. However, it can still be attacked. It's a building like any other, and so the raiders, they'll try to steal your objects, your stuff. If it's on display, they can't steal it, but they can attack the display, break it, and then steal the object in question. So all the display does is prevent decay, and it gives you some time to attack the intruder before they break the display. Remember to hit the buttons harder to win. Exactly. Bunny. So also, apparently, um, things won't decay if it's beneath a certain temperature threshold. The colder the item is, the slower it'll decay until it just stops entirely. How big do I want the kitchen? Hmm. I suppose for now, we'll we'll do it like that, and then Yeah, we'll put a kitchen right there. We'll put a stove there later on. Where's she sleep? Where's she? Oh, she's sleeping. We need stone blocks though. So stonework, we have a little bit. We actually have a lot of marble. We got some marble. We're lucky. So we'll make some stone blocks out of those. A group of bandits. Yada 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 yada. Can you not? Can you just fuck? Can you just fuck? Uh oh. Oh, she killed her already. She already killed her. It's like, that was bad. Like, what'd she do? Okay, she already killed her. So if I want her to decompose in a good spot, maybe we'll have the fields. I see there being a room right here, and some rooms up here. This would be like the central courtyard where the lake is. So for now, I'll just let her decompose like right here. We'll put like a small field in the middle. It's fine. Yeah, see, the person was there before. They died, and their body decomposed, which you can tell because the soil is increased. I forgot to move my model around, but you can see the soil. It's up by 20%. And left behind their spear. Where's the poop? Where's the poop? Where's the poop? Where's the poop? I wanna click on the poop of a giving whatever, because I need to know what kind of material it is. Like, what object is this? I think it's misc. Pretty sure it's misc. But I don't remember. So for now, I'm just gonna ignore it. Also, one thing I forgot to do before is I never clicked on this button that says available for sale. I did not create a trading spot. And when I had a merchant previously, I couldn't trade with them and I couldn't understand why. I thought maybe the game is broken because of the mods I installed. No, I just never selected a storage for sale. I never made a trading spot. So I gotta make sure I remedy that. Yeah, for some reason I'm a little worried because it seems like the rooms aren't staying cold when the walls themselves are made of the ore. I think I had to have the ore mined. I think I looked it up previously, and they said that if you make strips into the ice crystal ore veins, you can make a room out of that, and then make a freezer. But when we did that with this room right here, we lost the temperature difference. I think it was colder than outside, but not by much. So either when it's enclosed, it gets warmer than you think, or I fucked up, or a mod's breaking it, or it's just not as effective as I was hoping, and it's better to simply put ice cold objects in said room. If that's the case, to put ice cold objects, that's perfectly fine. We can hollow out the entirety of this ice crystal veins and simply place a bunch of the ice crystal ore in there, because the ice crystal ore itself decreases the temperature. Um, like this block right here, this tile is 12.3 Celsius. This one is minus 3.0 Celsius. So this tile alone is really cold, and the one next to it is also kind of cold. So we'll just make a room and fill it with the ice crystals, and that should hopefully cool things down. Ah, I see. Okay, that's another reason why. Okay, another problem I did not realize. When you place something on a display, you can only place one item. I mean it makes sense. I just didn't realize that. So we need a fridge. She's not doing that bad. 9,000 chi, 10,000 in 24 days? Don't know if that's bad or not. Basically a month. It took her a month to get 10,000 chi. A little under a month. Roughly. So 10,000. So she'll be done in about 2.5 months in total. So one and a half more months, and she will be a cultivator. Now, supposedly, I can have her consume the forming pill, and it'll make her instantly into a cultivator. But I don't want to do that. I want to save it for when I need it. Either I can save it for another disciple, or I don't know. Rumor says a hunter from Nyanping village has found a dead body at the foot of Mount Full Moon. The body has a stone casket on it, which is invulnerable to water and fire. Very paranormal. Secret activated. Please go to the world panel, click on the secret button to inspect it. Click on the secret to travel to its location. If the location is not available, you can take on more adventures to unlock new locations. After sky gazing multiple times, a tiger had a sudden enlightenment and became awakened at Alchemist's Peak. So basically sometimes random animals will awaken and will become Yaoguai, basically. Hi! Search your body. Oi. Whatever. Turtle? Where the turtle? Where's she going? Where's she go? Oh, poop. Oh, actually, I don't want that. Hold on, hold on, hold on. I don't want that. Where's the... Where's the hotkey? I don't want to automatically unban poop because she's going to travel all over the place to get the poop. I'd rather she not do that. I mean, for now it's fine. It's whatever. Uh, so it's considered misc with earth element. So what we'll do is misc, earth element. Its tier is mortal relic. So tier 1. And that's about it. Oh, it's whatever. Okay. Priority has been boosted. So now, if this is middle priority, she should move the poop over to here. Ideally. Hmm. How cute. Yeah, so far, none of them have weapons, but eventually they'll get more and more difficult, and they're gonna have weapons on them. I've actually died a couple times because my character got freaking annihilated, and because they came in with like a spear, and my character isn't exactly the most skilled when it comes to fighting. 6 battle out of 20. Apparently that's experienced, supposedly. Oh, but he has 10. Yikes. I'm assuming that perception and battle are very important for bowmanship, considering it's a sharpshooter. Hi! Leave my door alone. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. I said stop it. Get wrecked. Cool. Okay, I'm gonna end it here. I am very tired. I'm gonna play more of this on my own, but I'm very, 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 very tired. It is currently 10 p.m. right now. Oh my god, my throat hurts. I'm exhausted. It's kind of cold. I just realized. I just remembered I left my window open. No wonder it's cold. Fuck. I gotta fix that. But I can't. I can't go any longer. So I'll play more of this on my own, and later on I'll show you my results. Let me use the restroom real quick though. One more break. Use the restroom, and then end the stream, so I can end the stream comfortable instead of having to hold it in. You know. Um. That's it. So, anyways, BRB. Okay. I am back. I am back. And I'm trying to relax. Mwah, 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 mwah. Boop, boop, boop. Skidoop. Eee. Just give me a minute. I gotta get my model on. Gotta get my face on. All right, all right, all right, all right, all right, all right. All right, all right, all right. All right. I always say silly things. I always make silly noises. Okay. With that, we are done. Thank you all so much for watching, everybody. I had fun today. I always have fun, to be honest. I always do. But talking as much as I did is always enjoyable. And again, I highly recommend you guys try out Tale of Immortal. It's it's nice. I like the it's very immersive in my opinion. There are times that it's difficult, times it's frustrating. So save scumming, while I don't recommend it, best to roll the punches, is a viable strategy if things go wrong. Like for instance, if I tried to develop an elixir for a breakthrough and didn't realize I didn't have the alchemy pot I used wasn't sufficient, and every time I tried to use it to make the elixir, like the potion, whatever, it would destroy it, the pot would explode, and I would lose all my materials and wouldn't be able to make it. So I saved and loaded. I loaded the game, right? So I would definitely recommend playing in like normal to hard. I don't recommend nightmare necessarily. You can. I'm planning on playing it in Nightmare. I'm planning on playing it in Nightmare when I play with you guys on stream. But I have it on hard. Normal is perfectly fine. But try it out and try to stick to what happens. Don't try to save scum as much as you can. Try to avoid it. Um, so it's a genuine like don't even go in with the intent like I'm gonna be evil. I'm gonna be nothing but good. Just be yourself. Go in and try to make the character as close as you can to be yourself, within reason. Some things will be difficult to do. Like destinies are very randomized, so there's only so much you can do with that. But just pretend it's you. Pretend it is you in that alternate universe of wherever the place is. And it's it's a fun game. I think I found my game. Well, at least for now. At least for the next like month or two before I play too much and get bored of it and burnt out. I found my game. I found it. Look forward. But anyways, have a good night, everybody. I will see you all tomorrow, ideally. Probably around 6 o'clock p.m. Maybe earlier if I can wake up earlier and take care of my responsibilities beforehand. Otherwise, it'll be a while. I have to take care of things, what have you. Um, mm. Why am I looking up when I look left? Why is it doing? I know why. It's still looking up. That's so dumb. I hate that. I hate that. I fucking hate this sometimes. Anyways. Anyways. Yeah. Ooh, favorite game unlocked. But yeah, anyways, having everybody, I'll see you all tomorrow. Ideally, if something comes up, I'll let you know. Regardless, I will definitely see you next week. Most definitely. And tomorrow we might play more ACS, the Cultivator Simulator, or we'll try out the Tale of Immortal, or we'll continue with Cavern of Dreams, or we'll just watch YouTube, or just do something else. Who knows? Um, yeah, I had fun, and I'm exhausted, and so I'm gonna try to get some rest. So I'll talk to you later. No raid. tonight, by the way. I don't have energy. I don't want to even bother looking for a raider. So I'm gonna raid. So bye bye. Have a good night. Talk to you later. Bye. Bye bye.